Morning, we're going to allow just a couple more minutes for Board Member Chen to arrive. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't even start until the day after. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Do we have our recording? We're going to get started. Yeah, go ahead. Just wait for
Recording in progress.
That's my cue. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, December 19th, 2024 meeting of the Palo Alto Architectural Review Board. This is our final meeting for the year, and I apologize for the slightly late start. Board Member Chen is still on her way, it seems. So when she arrives, she will clock on in. In the meantime, I would like to get the rest of us started for the day. So we'll call to order, and can we please get a roll call?
Chair Rosenberg,
Present.
Board Member Adcock. Present. Board Member Balte.
Present.
Board Member Hirsch.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. The croissants were a little too tempting, so I ate at the wrong moment. Excuse me. At this time, it is we'd like to open the floor for public comment. Members of the public may speak to any item not on the agenda. You'll have 3 minutes per speaker. If you have an agendized, if you have some comments on an item that's on the agenda, you'll have time to speak to that later. Do we have any public comment cards?
We have no non-agenda items.
Thank you. Now time for agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Do we have anything from staff?
No changes this morning.
Thank you. And we'll move on to city official reports.
Good morning.
Morning.
Bear with me while I share my screen here. While I'm doing so, I'd like to introduce Vicky. She is subbing for Veronica. This is her
Welcome.
first time with the ARB. All right. Well, this is our last meeting of 2024. So congratulations for getting through the year. So as for looking forward, we have our first meeting of 2025 The staff report did note another project as a tentative item. So we've had some shifts and changes. So we are tentatively planning for 640 Waverly for the January 16th meeting. So that had previously come before the ARB for a preliminary meeting at 6:15 in 2023.
And
And-
this is going to replace the 70 Encina?
Yes.
Okay.
And as for recently submitted items, we just had an item submitted last week. So that's at 2100 King Road. That would be a site and design and conditional use permit for 137 multifamily townhome units. And just for the record, Vice Chair Chin has arrived. And moving right along, we have 2024 meeting schedule today. It's the last meeting, and we included in the packet the 2025 meeting schedule with the first meeting on January 2nd canceled. And we do have a planned absence on February 20th. And with that, I can entertain any further questions.
I
The
don't
new
think we have-
project, oh, sorry,
go ahead.
that you mentioned, is that on the packet?
Pardon?
The new project that you mentioned, is that on the packet? I was trying to find.
That was just submitted yesterday, so that is not in the pending ARB projects in that attachment, so.
Any other questions? Okay, fabulous. We'll dive right into study sessions. Item number 2 on the agenda is study session to review potential amendments to the regulations for the El Camino Real focus area in Title 18 zoning ordinance of the Palo Alto Municipal Code to implement Program 3.4E of the adopted 2023-2031 housing element. Environmental assessment on April 15th, 2024. Council adopted resolution number 10155, approving an addendum to the Comprehensive Plan Environmental Impact Report, EIR, continued from December 5th, 2024. And as a refresher to the public and for the record, we did have some members of the public from last time stay and speak to this item from last meeting, but because our meeting ran so late last time, we did push the rest of this meeting over here. So I would encourage my fellow board members to review their notes from the final speakers of last meeting before we begin. So, or as we begin. All right, so I will hand this on over. Thanks very much.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Jean Iceberg with Lexington Planning. As the chair indicated, this is a study session on the El Camino Real focus area. So the purpose today is we're going to talk about what the focus area is and potential expansion to the geographic boundaries and potential revisions to development standards for the focus area. The El Camino Real focus area was put into effect in January of this year. It came out of the Housing Element Working Group, the Ad Hoc Council Housing Committee, and the focus area was originally adopted as part of the rezoning that was done for the housing element. And what it does, it allows more generous development standards, including a 4.0 FAR, up to 85-foot height limit within this specific area of El Camino between Page Mill and Matadero. And in exchange for those higher development standards, there's a requirement to do 20% below market rate housing on site. This came about again because of the context of the area, excellent access to transit, to services, to jobs, to Stanford campus. And there were a number of motivated property owners who had submitted builder's remedy applications that exceeded zoning standards in exchange for the 20% on-site below market rate requirement. So the focus area is an alternative, seen as an alternative to both builder's remedy applications, but also to state density bonus law. You cannot use the focus area standards and then also propose a project under state law. It's a choice between the two. There's a program in the housing element that established the focus area, and then a second program, 3.4E, that already anticipated potential changes to the focus area, including because there were property owners that were interested at that time in being included in the focus area, but there wasn't enough time to look into those additional sites. So this housing element program indicates potential expansion of the boundaries, but also looking again at the development standards to address floor area ratios, potential height transitions, particularly around the places where the focus area abuts low density residential zones. So what we did was look at first, where should we expand to? And we took a broad look at the whole South El Camino area, and then looked at a series of criteria. The lot size and shape and consolidation opportunities being some of the most important criteria, because in order for a project to take on a 4.0 FAR, 85-foot height limit, if you're going to have parking on site, needed some size to allow for that driveway access, turning movements inside a building. We also looked at housing element opportunity sites, since those sites had already been vetted. Looked at developer interest, because of course that indicates some interest on the site, and then also proximity to transit and trying to avoid adjacencies with the R1 zoning districts. And so we divided these sites into one of 4 tiers, tier 1 having the highest potential for potential inclusion in the focus area, and tier 4 being the lowest. And you'll see in the staff report, we've recommended really only looking at the tier 1 and tier 2 sites, that the tier 3 and tier 4 were less appropriate, both because of the site conditions, their ability to provide 20% below market rate housing. So the map in the staff report and shown here breaks down those tiers. So the darkest red is where we're looking at the tier 1 sites, the highest potential for inclusion. This is at the foot of California Avenue, and then some sites extended off of the existing focus area where developers have previously expressed interest. Further down on the corridor where you see the gray, these were less conducive, according to our analysis, to inclusion in the focus area. A lot of smaller sites that were abutting R1 zones, which you can see in this sort of yellow taupey color, or existing parcels that had recently been redeveloped that are currently residential condominiums where we don't anticipate redevelopment, further from transit and less appropriate. This map's also showing in the blue stars projects that have submitted applications, including some builders remedy applications, particularly on the west side of the street. And we can come back to this, but these are some of the projects that the ARB has, including some that the ARB has recently seen. This slide, as we discussed in a pre-meeting with the ARB, we also looked at some building heights from the boundaries adjacent to the city in Los Altos and Mountain View, and then all the way up into Menlo Park to understand what some of those comparable heights were along other sections of El Camino Real. So 2 things that we want to look at in terms of revising development standards. First is potential revisions within the existing geographic boundaries. We've talked to a number of developers and property owners since this focus area went into effect, and got some feedback specifically around the height transition, daylight plane, current standards and setback standards. And then second, the question for you is considering potential modifications to the standard when we look into the expanded focus area. Are these current standards appropriate as we move further down the corridor or into this sort of tier 2 sites as we move into smaller sites, or should we look at modifications to those standards? So first, in terms of the daylight plane and height transition, this is overlaying the existing set of standards. So we have an existing daylight plane that applies when a property in the focus area is adjacent to an R1 zoning district. And in that case, there's a daylight plane that applies, there's a 20-foot setback that applies, and there's a height transition requirement of 35 feet within the first 100 feet from the property line, 45 feet within the first 150 feet, before a project can go up to 85 feet. So as you can see, there's this gap here. Essentially, you can't build nowhere up to the daylight plane because of the height transition requirement. And so this is a loss of potential building envelope area that we want to reconsider. Now, as we move to the front side of the building, there's also a step back requirement at the front of the building. So on the El Camino frontage, there's a 20-foot step back requirement above 55 feet. And so the question is, should we be reconsidering potential massing in this area as well? So then the second idea is this idea of potentially modified standards for the expanded area, whereas the focus area has the highest development standards, closest to transit, closest to California Avenue, are potentially reduced standards more appropriate as we move down the corridor into this potential other zone. So does the height limit go down, the FAR go down, maybe the lot coverage stays the same, the parking stays the same, and the particular developer can decide what's appropriate, but particularly around FAR and height, what may be appropriate in these areas further from the main part of the focus area. We had a study session with the Planning and Transportation Commission earlier this week, and so I wanted to report on their feedback, which was not included in the staff report, which was published, well, now at this point, several weeks ago. So first, the Planning Commission generally supported expansion within Tier 1 and Tier 2, as shown on the map. They did support the idea of having modified standards for areas that aren't in that core part of the focus area, the existing focus area. They were interested in the idea for incentives for lot consolidation. So potentially, as you move further down the corridor, if you get a lot of a certain size, does that push you into this higher tier of getting these more generous development standards? They were interested in modifications to the height transition to allow more development within the daylight plane envelope. And I think that's really a place where we're looking for the ARB's feedback based on your expertise. And then lastly, they also talked about the idea of wanting to make sure that we're still accommodating sidewalks, accommodating bicycle facilities, particularly on the El Camino side and any side streets through the setbacks. So our questions for the ARB, first, which geographic areas of expansion are the most viable for housing production while ensuring compatibility with particularly adjacent residential uses? Second, should the development standards be adjusted for different sections of the focus area? And if so, depending on what factors? Third, how should the daylight plane and height transition be adjusted based on the graphic that I showed earlier? And then lastly, how should the front step back standard on the El Camino frontage be modified? That is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iceberg. If you don't mind, I would appreciate having those last 4 questions brought back up on the screen, and if we can keep those up for just a few moments here. And we'll probably be flipping back and forth to the map as well. So focusing on these 4 questions, I think is going to be the real crux of the discussion today. But at this time, we do need to see if there's any public comment and any public speakers. So do we have any public speaker cards?
We have one in person from Steve Levy.
Mr. Levy, you'll have 3 minutes per usual.
Well, first I want to join the other Steve in congratulating the board on a wonderful year. It's been a pleasure to attend, and I think we're moving housing forward. With respect to the expansion, I favor listening to the feedback that Jean and the staff have sent you with regard to the setback and the step back. I have no expertise on that, but the board has been very good at recognizing when the development standards make projects not feasible. So I'm interested in listening to your comments. As I said, I have no expertise, but I know both for Creekside and probably for the 2 projects just to the south of Creekside, those are issues. With regard to the geographic expansion, I'm happy that it would be expanded to the across the street properties and slightly to the south, so that I'm interested in the properties that retain the closeness to transit and shopping. I wouldn't go more lenient, I wouldn't go more strict than the existing focus area development standards, 85 feet, 4.0 FAR. I think the crux of your decisions are regard to to the daylight plane and the rear setback and the step back, all of which affect the number of units and the ability of the projects to be feasible. I'd be interested if someone would ask the staff. I know there are two builders remedies proposals that could be converted like 3150 to successful compliant projects just south of Creekside. I remember, but I don't remember the names of several other developers that came back in January and said they were interested. I think some are across the street and some may be further down, but that would be a question for staff. I wish everybody a joyous holiday and peace and a good new year. And I hope you remember what I've come to talk about, that we need to make sure that the standards bring forth feasible projects. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Happy holidays.
We also have two virtual public comments.
Great, thank you. First speaker up. Do we have any?
First is Ted O'Hanlon.
Mr. O'Hanlon, please proceed it as you would like. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much to the board. Making sure you can hear me okay?
We can hear you just fine.
Thank you. So I'm a development consultant. I've been working with Oxford Capital on the Creekside project for over 2 years. And as this item points out, and we'll probably revisit the slide quite a few times over the course of this meeting, the daylight plane and the height restrictions as the property of Creekside and others on El Camino interfaces with R1s is a highly limiting factor toward potentially building more housing. The slide represents actually a slight compromise in the first version of this overlay area where the height was increased from 35 feet to 45 feet. And our observation at that time was, that is not nearly good enough. So we're in a position of suggesting what we heard Planning and Transportation Commission discussing on Tuesday night, and hopefully the same amongst the Architectural Review Board, and that is a daylight plane type of model to ensure that massing and building heights are set back from the R1 appropriately. And we feel that what is represented in the staff report is a good direction to go in. I'm going to be on this call the whole time, so if I can be helpful, I'm here. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person, but as I said, we've been studying this particular scenario for a couple of years with Lowney Architects and Oxford Capital. We're very motivated to build a housing project that is feasible, and this has been probably the biggest complicating factor towards doing so. So we greatly appreciate your expertise and your time in studying that. And again, I'm available for comment if you'd like to take advantage of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hanlon. Appreciate your comments and appreciate you staying on the call. Final speaker?
Next, we have Michael Quinn.
Mr. Quinn, you'll have 3 minutes. And I should have been asking this for everyone to state and spell their name for the record, but so far we've had a repeat public comment speaker, and Mr. O'Hanlon's name was quite clear on the screen, but if you don't mind stating and spelling your name for the record, we'd appreciate that.
Certainly, and thank you for having me. Michael. My last name is spelled Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm going to read a letter from Palo Alto Ford. And I'm just going to read it verbatim. I think it's very good. Yeah. Dear Chair Rosenberg and board members, we are excited to see expansion of the El Camino Real housing focus area under review and discussion. This expansion builds on the collaborative efforts between the city and home builders that will bring larger numbers of housing units online in the near term. The 4.0 floor area ratio, FAR in parentheses, 85-foot height limit, and lower parking requirements are key to making projects financially feasible. The Tier 1 and Tier 2 properties are the most viable for housing production, but also support expansion to other areas recognizing that tiers 3 and 4 are less likely to redevelop, but should not be left out of consideration given how quickly land consolidation can occur. We also support staff's recommendations to amend the existing El Camino Real housing focus area requirements, including changes to the expansion area. In particular, we advocate that changes should occur in the following area to ensure our efforts are not wasted and we create real housing feasibility. Point 1, decrease height transition setbacks adjacent to low density residential. The 150-foot transition setback, where reduced heights is required to low density residential, was much larger than the original staff recommendation of up to 35 feet for a 50-foot distance from residential. The 150-foot transition setback was approved by the city council with little analysis or discussion. The setback is excessively large, given the overall lack of depth of most parcels on El Camino Real, and conflicts with existing daylight plane requirements that already protect adjacent residential uses. Please consider a 35-foot transitional height for a distance of 50 feet from low-density residential uses. This would be consistent with the current daylight plane requirements, given the distance from the property and plane of 45 degrees from the back property line. Hope I'm not reading too quickly. Height stepbacks. The city's priority has been and continues to be the protection of low-density residential areas and ensuring high-quality architecture on El Camino Real. We support lessening height stepback requirements to allow building frontages to anchor the street while minimally affecting adjacent residential areas. There's a little more context there, but I'm going to skip it. Parking mandates. In recent meetings, the ARB has recognized that eliminating parking mandates would allow to right size for the location and anticipated occupants of their projects. We know that typically home builders in Palo Alto provide more parking than is required. The nation of parking mandates would facilitate housing development, create more variety in housing types. Just going to the end, this is a truly pivotal action in our city's efforts to ease our massive housing shortage. Our group is behind it, and we support us working actively in this community to meet our housing goals. Thank you.
On the nose. Thank you very much for your comments. Okay, so at this time we have no more public speakers.
No, there are no further speakers.
Okay, so we will turn the conversation over to the board and to Ms. Eisberg, who's online, I believe still. Do we have any questions for staff or for any of the public comments, public speakers? Because there are, Mr. Hanlon, as he said, is still on the call. So if we have any comments for him as well or questions for him. But I would like to sort of figure out the best way to tackle these items. And I think that the best way is just really going down that list of 4 questions that Ms. Eisberg had presented. So with the board's indulgence, I'd say let's first focus on the geographic expansion areas. So if we could pull up the map and take a look at those tier 1 through tier 4 sites, let's take a look and see how we feel about which properties are included, which ones maybe should be expanded. And I do, Ms. Eisberg, I appreciate that we had a pre-conversation about this project and we discussed which projects have been approved. You had a great slide showing exactly which projects were located in which areas that we'd already reviewed and approved or were working through. So I appreciate that graphic specifically. But if you don't mind, let's pull up the map and let's have a conversation with the board.
Chair, I wonder if we could just get a real clear public display of this map.
Yep.
In a way that, at least for me, I just can't understand which is tier 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've gotten a black and white copy in the packet with
Yes.
different shades of black and white, and it's just really not fully legible.
Exactly. That's why we want to pull up the graphic on the screen, because that one is actually colorized and it's much.
Perhaps
much
staff
more
could
clear.
even just sort of outline for us on the screen so we can see which are these tiers.
Yes.
The other question I have is, there was a comparison slide that's not in the packet about the neighboring cities
Mhm.
and their height limits. I just want a refresher on that as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
So let's focus on geographical locations first. So focusing on this map, and then let's come back to the height limits, because I do think that that's a little bit more in line with number 3, daylight plane and height transitions. And I think we'll definitely keep that in mind for that question. But focusing on number 1, the geographic expansion areas. Is everyone able to see the screen right now in the room? Perfect. Okay, and so we can see that there's the tier. I'm going to start doodling on the screen here. Okay, so we've got the tier 1. And yes, I would agree that the graphic colors maybe could have been a little bit more clear, but we're good. We'll make this work. Make that a little more bold. So we've got sort of tier 1 here. I'm just sort of highlighting them here and here. Now, this one at the base here with the star on it has already an approved pending housing application. These two to the left are sort of the biggest ones.
So on the left, the tier ones you just circled, there's these large gray areas as well. And they're just already developed, or why aren't they part of the same area?
And why are they tier 4, or it does look like they are tier 4?
So in this case, these gray areas are depicting either sites that have recently redeveloped, sites that have parks on them, sites that we do not expect to redevelop in the near or medium term.
But the tier designation could include those sites that are just not going to be redeveloped.
That's right. That's right.
Go ahead.
Okay, so
I'll jump in just for a little bit of clarification. Jennifer Armour, Assistant Director. For some of those sites, yes, we could include them as part of the expanded area. However, one concern to consider is, for example, for that park right there with the green scribble on it, we wouldn't want to imply to the public when seeing this map that we thought that would be redeveloped. And so the expectation that including it in the map or confusion that might cause would be of concern from staff.
Okay. On that note, yeah, I completely agree that area in particular, because it's that big, beautiful park with the soccer fields. The question would be sort of for the remaining portions of this gray in that zone, because that really is sort of right in the thick of the tier 1. That portion across the street, if I'm not mistaken, is already a housing development. It's for senior citizens, the Alton, if I'm not mistaken. These ones here, I just would like to, know which ones are which. And I'm sorry to put you guys on the spot here, because I agree with Peter that if it is something that could be redeveloped in a way like the one with the Alton, that could be designated as this, and then they would have more potential in the future should that decide to flip over from that type of housing to something else. So I would just really want to get a little bit of clarity on these specific gray sites here.
if I could add, it strikes me that we're talking about the stretch of El Camino between College and Page Mill Road.
Mhm.
And staff, I'm having to do a lot of deciphering to figure that out. This map is tiny, and that's the only thing we've gotten. But I think to the public, yes, of course, we're not going to redevelop the soccer field. But to the public, they should know that it's the stretch of El Camino between College and Page Mill. That's how people see the town. And that's the zone within that. Of course, not everything is applicable to this. But I wonder if we could do that for all 4 tiers and just try to make it clear to the public.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think it's sort of helpful to say, okay, this is tier 1, this is tier 2, this is, tier 3 and 4, and then this is back to tier 2, or however that is, right? We've got a stretch, and part of that is the distance from, as you're going down El Camino, where are the bus stops, right? Where's the Caltrain? So those things, we've got the Caltrain highlighted here, where the easy and convenient bus stop locations, I think those would be important as well.
So the tier 2 site is, the other tier 1 site is further south. And save my eyes, what are the 2 streets that bound that site?
The one with the star on it that I
Yeah,
highlighted?
yeah,
Okay.
you've circled it.
Yep.
But, it says here it's Margarita, is that right?
It's Matadero on the
Matadero.
north side.
And on the south side, what is that? Yeah, right there.
I can check.
And then we're saying that in this case, across El Camino, the east side of El Camino is a different tier. This is just on the west side, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
That's fine to separate the 2 sides like that, but just.
And the recommendation from the ARB does not have to be just certain tiers.
Mm-hmm.
This really is information that's presented to try and convey those that have the highest potential for redevelopment. At this point, this focus area, could be, connected areas, or it could be focused just on those that have the highest likelihood of redevelopment.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the type of suggestion, recommendation, direction, discussion that is helpful. as we move forward.
And if I can just add to that, this analysis is really a site analysis. This is not intended to stipulate zoning districts. The tier 1 does not necessarily become a zoning district.
Right.
So yes, there may be other sites that become part of this that we don't expect to redevelop.
But I appreciate that, but in effect, we are creating zoning districts. We're creating new development standards for areas of town, not specific properties. And so it's a
Yes.
it's a whole lot easier for developers, people in the city, everybody to understand if it's just a clear geographic area, a stretch of El
Agreed.
Camino, a certain side on one side of zones of it. Do we know what the street on the south side of that southern tier 1 zone is?
That is Kendall Ave, where the pink line is.
Matadero and Kendall, okay. And then how about tier 2 going south from Page Mill Road? That stretches to,
The blue?
well, the blue side is not, what is the blue? That's the NV cap,
NV
yeah.
Yep.
NV cap. But what is the
There's the one rogue little project out there.
further, yeah, further north than that, there's some, yeah, right,
That's south to Fernando Avenue.
Fernando Avenue, okay.
Mhm.
Great. That helps me a lot just to understand what these are. That's tier 2.
Sorry, I'm trying to zoom in, accidentally drawing on the screen.
What is the status of what is called out as original El Camino Real focus area? That's Palo Alto Square. Has there been any discussion with them about the possibility of including those properties as well?
Are they already included?
Or are they already included?
So the area that is hatched is already included in the focus area, and discussions, staff engaged in discussions with that property owner when this focus area was originally approved. Yes.
And you would consider that as tier 1 or tier 2, that focus area? Or is it just?
No, that's existing.
So that's the existing focus area, and what we're looking to do is add to it. And basically from the additions, we're going to start with tier 1 and then possibly tier 2. And then the question is if there's anything from tier 3 or tier 4 that should also be added in, because all of this is going to end up under one zoning set of rules, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Though I will add that part of the question that is in front of you is whether certain areas should have different regulations based on proximity to R1 or distance from transit. So there is the possibility that even when they're all within this El Camino Real focus area,
Mhm.
and therefore have the opportunity to use different regulations, that depending on where they are or the size of the parcel or some other factor, it could be that we would apply different rules.
Perfect. And then let me back up one more second. So what's already in the El Camino Real focus area, that's existing, right? It's got its own set of rules, and those are the rules that we're sort of looking at right now. If we make adjustments to the El Camino Real focus area, would it affect those properties as well as the new ones that we're looking to lump in?
We would be looking for direction on that as
Okay,
part of the discussion about whether there should be different rules for different areas. One category to consider is the existing El Camino Real focus area.
Mhm.
And then going from there, as you consider which areas you would recommend be added, be they be tier 1, tier 2, including spaces in between for some continuity.
Mhm.
What are the regulations? Are they the same as the existing focus area, or would they be different depending on different factors?
Understood. Okay.
So for those smaller sites, in tier 1 area, there are several smaller sites also identified as housing element sites. So what's the current height standards for those areas? And if they're developed as housing, can they request for building height waiver?
So I'll defer to Ms. Iceberg for that.
So not all of El Camino is under the same zoning district, as you know. So sites that are zoned, many of the sites are zoned CN, which have a height limit differs. So if you have a commercial use, the height limit's generally 25 feet. If you have a residential use, 40 feet. If it's a CS zone site, the height limit is 50 feet regardless of use. If those sites today want to, they can use those standards. They could apply under state density bonus law and request waivers from that height limit. When we spoke in October about the housing incentive program, that also applies on sections of El Camino today. And projects could also utilize that program to get very specific waivers from or specific changes to development standards.
Has there been an effort yet to sort of determine the distance from any one of these sites and the actual housing developments that are adjacent to those areas? In other words, I noted in one case that there were a series of sort of garages off of an access road versus the residential being flush up against the back border. Has there been any discussion of or how that could be described? In other words, the distances to the residential with some sort of illustration as well of the kind of residential that it is, you know, and whether there's issues that might come up because of the nature of the adjacent communities.
If I understand your question correctly, a lot of the objective standards drive the design typologies on El Camino. So first of all, ground floor residential is not permitted within the first, I can't remember the specific number, but the first X feet of a development. So if there's any residential on the ground floor, it needs to be behind something, lobby, retail, et cetera. Likewise, in general, garages, garage access where available needs to be from the side street or the rear if it's a lot that's on a corner, for example. Does that respond to your question?
If your question was about those sites that are adjacent to these potential sites, that we didn't get into that level of detail. This map does convey through the kind of yellowish color which sites are in the low density, the R1 zone. So it does give you a sense of the proximity of that use category. But to do a site by site inventory of who has a garage immediately adjacent to the commercial property, that's more detail than we were able to do for this.
So, I mean, we're making some judgments about the rears of these buildings, right? To where are the new properties and the setbacks and
Correct.
you know, daylight plane, et cetera, from that point on.
Yeah, as is common with zoning regulations, that it isn't able to get into the detail usually of a real case by case, but that's something that then would be looked at when the development comes forward.
I suppose that could work.
Could I ask about the southern end of this zone? It seems to be a tier 2 zone all the way down by Dina's Hotel. And why did you decide on that delineation between tier 2 and tier 3 on the eastern side of El Camino? The same thing on the western side. How did you decide where that line is? It seems to be sort of in the middle of an existing group of houses. What am I missing here?
So first, we were looking to see if we had a relationship to the proximity to transit in the San Antonio station area and with the commercial development in Mountain View along San Antonio. So we do have a number of housing opportunity sites closest to the border, and then some larger sites that may or, you know, they're not identified as housing element opportunity sites. There are some hotels in that area. Redevelopment is a possibility, but then we get into condominiums. So you can tell from this map, the way that the parcels are drawn, those are actually signifying condominiums. And so in general, we did not include any condominiums in the tiers 3, 2, or 1 because we don't see those redeveloping.
So this is all sort of Ricky's, you know, what was formerly Ricky's Place and is now a series of condominiums, and there's some sort of single family residential on the backside there. So because it's already sort of developed as housing, you're just not going to include it at the time being?
Mhm.
And then just for my clarity, this little one right here is the one that we saw a few sessions back about the townhouses that was split on either side. Okay,
Yes, I
Mhm.
do believe so.
thank you.
And the PTC, when they reviewed this, felt that tiers 1 and 2 were appropriate. Was that right?
That was the general feedback they provided on Tuesday.
Okay. And so between on the eastern side of El Camino at the very southern border of the city, Board Member Rosenberg just circled the housing development that's in progress. Just to the left of that on this map is a tier 4 area. Why is that tier 4?
So the dark gray is actually tier 3
Oh,
and the pale gray is tier 4.
okay. And so why is it tier 3? What logic determines that differentiation? I'm not questioning that it's different. I just want to understand what's going on.
So in general, the tier 4 is showing areas where we don't believe redevelopment is going to take place. Again, it's a condominium with multiple property owners. It's a site that's recently redeveloped. Tier 3 sites you can see are more of the or not appropriate for the focus area in particular. They abut an R1 zoning district. The sites are too small, and so we wouldn't anticipate the ability to use an 85-foot height limit and be able to provide a 20% on-site affordability. I can look into that specific site that you're pointing to and get back to you on what that, how that ended up in tier 3.
No, you just answered the question. Thank you. I understand there's some serious criteria you're looking at, but I guess what I'm driving towards in a big sense is that I'm hearing your creation of these tiers based on what's there now and what you think might be development. But I don't hear it based on a larger vision of what you think the development ought to be on El Camino from, say, Page Mill South.
Yeah, I
Which is
believe
what I'm
that,
looking for, is some overall vision of what we think this should be developed as.
right.
And it doesn't make sense to have a series of 85-foot tall buildings and then something that's under the current standard of, say, 35 because there's a house behind it.
Right.
And you just don't want to develop El Camino in that sort of ship-shape way. So I'm just trying to understand what the logic is. And I hear it makes a lot of sense what you're saying about analyzing what's there right now.
Well, and for what it's worth, I do think that that's part of what we're being tasked with is how do we think as the Architectural Review Board that this should be developed and understanding. I mean, it seems to be, and correct me if I'm wrong here, that this is less a suggestion of what should be and more an analysis of what is there, right? So when we're looking at this as the Architectural Review Board, we might see this whole area and say, well, all of that should be contiguous. There's no reason to pull out that one tier 3, just make all of that the same. And then whoever develops it, develops it. And then if this area is just being left out for now, then we leave that out for now. And if we decide that we want to capture this little chunk in between to make that a continuous site, then that would be continuous. On that note, I guess we keep talking about tier 1, tier 2. The El Camino Real focus area that's existing, what is that zoned as right now? What's the zoning classification?
There are all different zones that apply to that area. So if we're looking at this is the current boundary. So we have a PC zone, CS, RP, RM20, CS. So what the focus area actually does is modify the base criteria essentially. It says, okay, for setbacks, go see the base zoning district. But for FAR, here's the FAR that applies within the focus area.
So you could appreciate why developers are frustrated with this kind of piecemeal haphazard zoning code layering.
Totally agree. Either this is one single zone and you can build what you want to build on it and you allow the flexibility for it to be commercial or
So Chair, if I could, I'd like
please.
to just sort of put out some thoughts on this that are not really questions to staff, but
Please.
what I've experienced watching a lot of these developments come forth is that what's real limiting for these projects on El Camino is when you have a very small lot, developers still want to achieve their maximums like a large FAR. And what's really the problem is the size of the lot. When it's too small, you just really can't get good services, good access, things like that. When you have a large lot, it generally seems to work out well. We're able to actually work with the architects sometimes, but it works.
Mhm.
It seems to me that if what we said was instead of just saying some properties can do this development and some can't, we said a minimum lot size. You have to have 100 feet of frontage. If it's narrower than that, then these standards don't apply to you. That's the best incentive I could think of for people to consolidate these lots, which lets us achieve the larger vision of this 85-foot building zone along El Camino. And I think we ought to recommend, the whole city is looking to the ARB for advice. Our advice ought to be, we shouldn't delineate this based on what's there now, or say that if your lot is small, you're not allowed to build this. What we should say is in this entire zone, say from Page Mills to the southern border of the city, you ought to be allowed to build to these standards, 4.0 FAR, 85-foot height, but you must have a minimum lot size to do that. It's much easier, much cleaner for everybody, and it achieves our real overriding goal, which is to increase housing at a high scale in this part of the city.
And layered on to that is, yes, there are existing zoning, like, the CN, CS, whatever they are, and existing buildings are, following those. But even from the focus area, it seems like there are, two sets of rules that they need to follow, that the base zoning and then the focus area add-ons. It would be much simpler if, if they pursued housing, the zoning changes to all of these requirements. There's only one list of rules to follow, not if you're talking about setbacks, you look here. If you're talking about height limits, you look here. That's just too confusing.
Well, yeah, I think ultimately we're going to look to try to find some regularity on the street as well. That the height facing El Camino in particular, of course, would not be too much. Either we decide that there should be some visual relationship, one building to the next, or we decide that no, they each be different massings. But that would be a kind of an aesthetic for the street itself that needs to be
That's where
considered.
Peter's recommendation of minimum lot width makes a lot of sense, because existing lots that are, 50, 60 feet wide, we can't expect them, and they should not have an 85-foot tall building on it as, ideally. But if it's 100 feet, 200 feet wide, then 85 feet tall building makes a whole lot of sense on that site. But we also can't overall say, well, you can't have a 50-foot tall building or a 35-foot tall building there, right? That's kind of like counter to what this is trying to do. Like, we're not trying to, make people not have, a CN zoning office building on the street that is small because their lot is small.
It reminds me that what they've done in Menlo now, is a series of different projects there, but they all seem to have a similar height limitation and street frontage, that is attractive. It's a lower scale than I think we're thinking about here, certainly, but there is something about that organization that at least, despite the different materials, et cetera, colors, et cetera, on one to the next, it has a continuity to it as a street facade.
I've driven up and down El Camino, as I'm sure everyone in this room has, hundreds of times, if not thousands. And to me, if you say going south on El Camino from College Avenue all the way down to, in the vicinity of Matadero, is one zone. That's one chunk of stuff, and that ought to be allowed to go to 85 feet in height. That's what the whole peninsula is doing on their districts. I'm just sort of trying to give advice because we're not calling the shots here, but in my opinion, that's approximately the area where you'd have one transition. And then further south from Charleston south, once you pass Charleston, you're sort of mentally almost into Mountain View already. And that zone, again, you could say ought to be 85 feet high. Personally, I think the whole thing ought to be at that 85 limit. But if you want to get some sense of where the areas are, it's south of Matadero, north of Charleston is the stretch of El Camino that's maybe not as highly developed right now. So maybe that shouldn't be changed as fast. But that's a political decision for the council and PTC. But that's my advice to them is think of El Camino on that sort of larger scale. Follow Board Member Hirsch's advice about looking for a consistent pattern of development. To me, that's what planning is about. And that's what we're trying to help with.
So I want to ask you, the section that, Gene, maybe you put back up your section through, you know, setback and et cetera. Do you have that handy? Wish we could do split screens here and, you know, see different diagrams at the same time. Yeah. So let's see. So you have the 85 feet though is on the avenue. And you also had a section which, yeah, with a setback on the avenue. So I mean, Peter, just to clarify, you're saying 85 feet should be the maximum, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be 12 feet back on the sidewalk, does it?
Well, I think, David, we should come to that set of development standards for this zone as the next phase of our discussion.
Yes.
Right now,
Correct.
it's just
Okay,
the area.
just was
I'm-
clarifying that point,
absolutely.
you know?
Yeah, I'm
So
confident.
there shouldn't be the assumption that we're saying 85 feet, 12 feet back, you can go up to 85 feet.
No, I'm just using that very loosely as a sense of these new standards would apply to this zone, to this
Okay.
region. And I'd like to see us recommend to the powers that be that this is how they ought to think of it. These stretches of El Camino. I'd like to recommend to staff that if you could really simplify the presentation, so an average person who is familiar with Palo Alto can get this in about 1 minute.
Yeah.
It'll make such a difference for us to sell this to everybody. Everybody knows El Camino from Page Mill. It's just a strong mental recognition of the town. And it's perfectly fine to include things like a park in this zone. There's other protections in the zoning code that prevents us from redeveloping the soccer field. You don't need to worry about people getting concerned about that. You need to worry that what it looks like now to me is certain developers playing funny games and pushing to get their particular property included or not included. Why otherwise would these certain lots be in this zone when no one's right next to it or not? I'm not saying the staff is doing that. I think staff is very clearly looking at this based on the facts of what they observe. But that's not what the public will see. And that's important.
But I think that's exactly what we're being tasked with, right? It's our responsibility to say, how do we think this should be developed and in what methods and what standards? And I think that to echo what I've heard multiple members of the board say, that this needs significant simplification, right? So we will we'll put forward a line where we think this should start and stop. We'll put a line forward saying this should be, you know, type A versus type B focus area. And then we'll come back to those and say, okay, what are those height limits, things like that. Could we go back to the map again, please, if you don't mind? On that note, I think that the inconsistent zoning of this is also highly problematic. Now, I understand that we've got some that are commercial and some that are going to be residential and some that are housing and some that are not. Like, I understand that. But I think that once you say it's part of this focus area, they should be allowed to do A or B, or maybe everything in this stretch is a combination. Maybe we say that all of these need to be multifamily, or excuse me, not multifamily, multiple use. So they have commercial and housing, right? And that's how this gets developed down this stretch from point A to point B, and that's it. But again, that's a pretty significant change from some of these things. It's just the concept that there's a CS zone overlaid with the focus area, overlaid with this right next to the residential. And it's making it so incredibly complicated that it needs a significant amount of simplification.
That's a great observation for us to provide back, but
Yeah.
it's not really on our task list of, you know, they didn't ask us to help advise how to structure the zoning designations on this. And that's really what the PTC should be sweating through. We're just telling them right now it's not working. And we're seeing it because we're architects, we see it from the development side of things. Why go develop a building? Well, how do I figure out what the code is?
Right.
It's pretty challenging with this situation. The staff may not see it, the PTC may not, so they need to hear from us.
Yeah.
Just keep it simple.
Now, I would say, and I would sort of bring back to my fellow board members, one example of a city that succeeds very well in sort of high rises everywhere is Barcelona with the L'Eixample grid, right? I think we're all pretty familiar with it. For the public, it's a very regimented grid system that they built in Barcelona. That's every building is 6 stories tall. So 16 meters at 52 feet. And then they have 5 meters for pedestrians, so 16 feet of space on the side. Now, part of the reason that this works is when you go down any of the avenues, you have sort of consistent building heights on both sides, right? And it's for stretches at a time. I think what's really sort of pestering us here is that we're going to get these, as Peter was saying, these skinny little lots that are super tall and then these big fat buildings that are really wide. And I think part of that inconsistency is going to be a detriment to the aesthetic of Palo Alto and also a detriment to the function. If you've got tiny little buildings and people are trying to get in and out of this building, but they've only got a 50 to 80 foot wide stretch of frontage, it is going to be a problem. Now, on the flip side of it, and so Peter had suggested that we make minimum standards for widths and things like that, and then they are allowed to develop. The flip side of that coin that I think is going to be problematic is that you're going to encourage the sort of bigger and more financially stable developers to sort of gobble up some of these smaller developers. They'll get bought out. They have to have these larger size lots, and you have to be able to afford a certain amount of square footage to make one of these buildings possible. So I do have a little bit of hesitation on that, by making these buildings, conducive to the size of the lot, that you're really going to encourage only the people that have the funds to build something that big to get into the development game in this stretch.
But aren't you describing exactly what it takes to increase density in an urban environment? You don't do it 50 feet at a time by homeowners.
Agreed.
So we're just trying to establish a large scale thing of what we think the town ought to be. I'm quite comfortable saying anything south of College Avenue along El Camino can be developed to these new standards. One of the standards ought to be a minimum lot width. That's all it takes. It's just the size of the lot has been the single biggest issue from our point of view, looking at projects as they try to develop. Almost, I can't think of one that wouldn't have benefited. If you just had more width, you'd get the parking, you'd get the drop off, you'd get the way for the trash to come out. Every one of them is so challenged when a lot is tiny.
But on the reverse side of that coin, if you're going to force a developer to have to buy the neighboring property and there's any sort of sticking or condition or something that doesn't work there, are you actually going to be prohibiting development from happening by not allowing these smaller lots to get developed, should they have the means and methods for the one lot, but they can't get the lot next door?
Well, yes, that's
Okay.
what planning is. You're saying you have to build it to this standard.
Okay.
Yeah, agreed. Like, there's, from the projects we've seen recently, the ones that are wider have much more flexibility and also better for the public on the street, not necessarily who's living there, but the safety of people on bikes, pedestrians, all of that is all contingent upon how many curb cuts, how many developments are right next to each other between streets. So I think that's like, I don't know what the right number is, at 100 feet, 150 feet as a minimum width of a lot, but that should really, especially in this middle zone where there's so many tiny lots, and they're also backing up against R1s right there. Like, if each one of those became a single 85-foot tower, it's a very different look to the street than I think
And it's enormously inefficient. I mean,
Absolutely.
If we're trying to increase housing density, we ought to encourage efficiency.
Yeah, I agree. I think larger sites will have more potentials and solve lots of problems like transportation problems and all the on-site amenities and trash collections. Those are all the issues that we always deal with. And also on this map, it noted the larger consolidated sites along the El Camino way. But I was also thinking about maybe there are some sites that could be consolidated along the other direction, like the depths, instead of just along the El Camino way, because that is also a way to increase the site.
It could be lot area, not lot frontage.
Yeah, right.
Well, I'm personally very impressed with the detail and quality of the analysis that's been done with all this property. It's very impressive to see this level of thought and analysis at this level of granularity. It's with that information that we can now make this observation about lot size or lot frontage. But I'm quite confident that with that direction, they would come up with whatever is the appropriate guideline. What I think for us as a board to keep in mind is that this is all very obvious to us, the five of us sitting here. I think it's the exact opposite to members of the council and the planning commission, that they don't understand that the size, the width of the lot has such a big bearing on how well it can be developed. And that's what they're asking us to chime in on. That's how we participate in this whole process, by giving them that very clear feedback.
So the limitation that you're talking about is a frontage only. I believe you're going to have to look further too, to see how some of these sites in depth.
Well, I
actually
think
can work.
what you just said and Board Member Chen alluded to is correct, that it's not just the frontage.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a level of detail that the staff would resolve quite well if they were tasked with determining what is the appropriate parameters for a site that's allowed to develop under these things. How would you do that? And I certainly wouldn't even feel qualified to figure that out, to be honest. And I just have a strong observation of what we see. But we should have some, if you just, I would support just saying the entire southern stretch of El Camino, say from College South, is allowed to develop under these standards. But one additional requirement is some parameters about the lot size. That's my 2 cents on it.
I'm concerned, the diagram that with the daylight playing from the rear yard hasn't been studied on what we're looking at here
Agreed.
specifically.
I really do want to circle back to the height and the daylight plane, because I think we're going to get into a nice rowdy discussion about that.
Yeah.
But I do want to say right now, if I can try and consolidate the thoughts of what I'm hearing, it sounds like, Peter, you think that this whole stretch should be considered one focus area. That's it.
Yes, I think that.
Okay. I would like to put in my 2 cents that I think that there's more of a division here. I think that you really, the way that they've sort of got the tier ones, I think that this should be focus area, this should be focus area, and this stretch should not. And part of my reasoning for that, and I'll highlight this on the screen, is that we do have this radius here from the Caltrain, which I think is important. And I think that, where did that go? And I think that basically, if you sort of expand out and make it a little bit farther, you see that those circles really do sort of hit. Mine's not showing up on the screen there, is it? Again, sort of highlighting the yellow circle areas where you can see the half-mile radius from San Antonio on the right side of the screen. And on the left side, you can see the big Caltrain in the middle. There we go. Okay. So now mine's syncing with I'm sorry, I'm looking at my small iPad and the big screen and making sure that they sync. So thank you. The large yellow circles are for the Caltrain half-mile radius. Then I've added the orange dash line around as well, which is not quite an additional half mile. And I think that this stretch in between that I'm sort of circling with pink right now is really sort of the no man's land between those two major hubs. Now, for me personally, I just think that that maybe shouldn't have the emphasis that the other two should. So that's why I'm still going to push for this section to be not part of the focus area at this time. I think that this area to the left and this area to the right, absolutely. So seems we've got two different competing thoughts on this right now, and I'd like to hear from the other board members as well.
Fair enough. I don't think they're competing. I support the logic of what you're saying,
Okay.
except I'd like to see the southern one come as far as Charleston. To me, that's just
fair.
such a logical.
Yeah.
Wait, Arastradero? So that's Arastradero.
No, it's not. That's
Yeah, that's
some
a-
arbitrary line.
No, that's Arastradero right there that I
This
drew.
part is
Hang on, sorry, I can't get this. Now I've drawn all over the map and I can't get it to go away. There we go. So that's
That line,
Arastradero.
to me, that ought to be the delineation. South of that ought to be allowed the greater development standard.
Agreed. And then where would the north delineation be?
Well, it's
There's this
approximately
residential
this
here.
Matadero Road area in that zone someplace.
Something like that.
I think if we simplify it to say like a 1 mile radius from Caltrain, I think it kind of hits the same lines that we're talking about.
That's reasonable.
Yeah.
And
And I think the middle zone, even, if we follow Peter's recommendation of they're all the same, there are other constraints like just the depth of the lot and all of that. That's going to play into the fact that while we might lump it into the same focus area, and if there's consolidation of lots, it might get an 85-foot tall development. There are other factors that's going to prevent it from doing so. My thought is we can make them, recommend that they're all the same, but just from the size of the lots, the proximity to R1, that will influence how tall those are going to be anyway.
I'm going to push back on that a little bit because I think that here's what's going to happen is you're going to have somebody who can capture this whole little triangle, for example, and then they're going to build that one thing up. And then as you're driving down, you've got high density here, and then nothing except for this one random island, and then high density again here. So my concern is creating these islands, right? And encouraging the growth of islands. And I think that if we put the focus on this area here, I'm going to sort of zigzag because I want to capture this guy over here and focusing on that area there, then we get transitions and we get this focus. And then again, after we've lived with this for a little while as a city, this could get infilled and this could get changed, but I am a little hesitant to have this be this piecemeal growth. Like already right now, this one little building out here that I know that we all reviewed and approved, and that's, I believe, the teacher housing. It's kind of no man's land out there. This one here,
No, I
isn't
think
that
the
the one near Indo with the teachers housing?
No, that's.
That's a
further-
builder's
that's
remedy.
further to
This
the
one's a
left.
builder's remedy.
Yes,
Okay, my
that's
apologies.
3781,
There we go.
the one in the
That
top
one there?
right-hand corner.
Top center.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Oh, there's the teachers housing. Beautiful.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. And if you could flip back to the last screen, I appreciate the clarification. Right, we're gonna have some struggles right in here to connect these two islands, but right now that is an island. And I think that's exactly what we're trying to avoid, is these random islands of growth. Whereas here you can see some of these lots, the McLaren dealership and all of those are already sort of larger lots, so they'll get developed first. Whereas this little clump in here is less likely to be developed sooner because they're gonna have to consolidate those lots. I don't know. For me personally, I think that this line and something like that makes sense to me, and let's circle back to this at a later date. But if you guys are all feeling very strongly, I can be overruled.
Becomes almost, well, let's not say philosophical, but
Mhm.
many of my clients hire me because I show them what could be with their property, not what is, not what's obvious. My largest criticism with the whole planning process in Palo Alto over the past few years increasingly is that we're not planning, we're reacting. We're shaping what's here, which is what we're doing now. Your logic, Board Member Rosenberg, has got to do with the Caltrain stations. Well, transit is
And
going
with
to,
residential.
and residential, but it's going to change. If you think of what's 50 years from now going to be, that whole stretch between the train tracks and El Camino will not be single-family homes. And our job as planners is to try to facilitate and order a proper growth towards how we want to do this by structuring the development standards that incentivize that. We get there. By saying we'll change this code at a later date, we do the opposite. I would rather see us put additional layers of protection for the existing R1 facilities. You have to solve these additional problems if you want to develop this area to that standard, which is what I think we'll get to with the daylight plane. But say that in principle, this whole thing will be developed this way one day. This is how the city wants to see it developed. This is how the entire peninsula at the moment wants to develop the El Camino corridor.
But
The
let me-
Grand Boulevard Initiative is what we're going towards.
But let me ask the question, is that, do we really want to see this entire stretch, once you enter Palo Alto, all the way down here? All of that wants to be 80 feet both sides and you're just running through this channel?
Yeah,
Or do we want
yeah.
a sense of relief at certain
Well,
moments when
you're
that's an ideal one?
referencing Barcelona. Do they
Yep,
break it
I
up?
am. But
It's
they're
all
only, but they're only 52 feet tall.
Fine, so 52, 82. I'll support any consistent
And
standard.
if we stick with the 55 and then step back to 20
85.
feet to 85, then it's pretty much Barcelona.
That's
Well, and that's
sort of
my,
what I'm
that's my
thinking. yeah.
question, is that should we have the higher developments here and here? And again, we're sort of getting into the next question versus the lower developments here. I don't mind having something consistent, but what I don't want is I don't want to see an 80-foot tall channel that you drive through. Like you enter Palo Alto and you are just in this 80-foot tall channel all the way until you hit Page Mill. That feels overbearing.
El
And
Camino is
overwhelming.
quite wide.
Huh?
El Camino
is.
is quite wide, and with the 55 and the 20-foot step back, even the buildings that we've recently reviewed, they don't feel like they're creating a channel of, along the street.
Yeah, I
They
agree.
feel like, sizable developments along a major street.
This is an urban corridor,
Right.
a major urban area, major part of our whole country and the
Right.
world. Why are we afraid of developing the major boulevard through that to a
Mhm.
reasonable urban standard? 85 feet is not skyscrapers.
Right.
No, it's not, but we also have to account for the pace of growth, right? We do not have a electrical grid to support this. We don't have a gas line grid to support this. We don't have a sewer grid to support this, a water. None of this is like ready for this development. So if we just go
Well,
whole hog and
neither-
throw it down the channel, I'm a
Neither
little
is
worried.
the funding and all of the parcel consolidation, all of that. We're just setting up, the framework for future developments.
Yeah, I mean,
And the sewer, the water, electricity has to follow the same framework.
but tell the developers that this is possible. You have to solve these problems. You need a sewer, water, electric grid. You need to react to the R1 house next to you. You can't just build that tall
Right.
next to that. But over time, that will change.
Right.
It's just-
Okay.
We're
No,
providing,
no,
we're
I hear you
providing
guys. I hear you
guidance.
guys. I hear you.
We're
Yeah,
really,
no,
we're
I
not
think,
calling this.
just to add to this,
Please.
I agree that if we can create a diagram that works from the El Camino side, it won't feel oppressive at all. The lower height on El Camino and then step back to 85. But we have to test that against the size of the sites, right? To see if it is possible to get a building on that site. So I'm concerned about the rear issues as well at the same time.
Okay, so on that note, actually, if you don't mind, I think I'm gonna see if I can consolidate this here. I do feel like I'm the one opposing voice here, but from what I'm hearing from my other 4 board members, the indication for item number 1 that we're trying to tackle is we want to include everything. All tier 1 through tier 4, every single thing that's noted on this map, we want to include in the focus area. Is that correct?
So.
Looking at my board members and then I'll
Reason
look
to
at staff.
question that?
Yes.
I'm going to look at staff in a minute, but I want to see, is that what my
Yes,
board members
yes,
are saying?
that's what I
Okay,
support.
loud and clear,
Yes, absolutely.
loud and clear,
Yes.
loud and clear,
Loud and clear.
loud and clear. Okay, so to the staff, is that something that we are capable of doing?
So just a little clarification here. So
Please.
this is a study session.
Yes,
So
understood, understood. But we are
we-
providing clear recommendations.
that's greatly appreciated. On that note, it is not required that there should be a unanimous decision of the board. Feedback from here would be appreciated.
Mhm.
So if there's differing views, that is welcomed and well received. So it's not a necessity that we have to all agree on the same items. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Personally appreciate that. Thank
That's
you.
well understood up here, believe me.
Yeah, and the discussion that you've had so far actually is very helpful. And we, of course, will be working to integrate what we've heard from you and your recommendation and discussion, along with what we heard from the Planning and Transportation Commission, right? Because there is some difference there, to then come forward with some recommended changes for consideration. And so, yeah, as your liaison was stating, I think we've gotten some really good feedback on this question, and we've heard clearly what the thoughts are on it. And so then we can move on to the other questions.
Perfect. Okay, so that's exactly what I'm trying to tackle. So at this point, it seems to be that for number 1, the geographic expansion areas, for the board members would like to include all areas, items, tiers 1 through 4. I would be an island over here saying that I would prefer to have from Arastradero South included, and then from, I don't know how else to do this, but this little sort of wiggle line here, north included. And I'd like to leave out that area so that's predominantly tier 3 through tier 4. But again,
But include in our recommendation that you have to do something about the size of properties.
correct.
We're not just saying
We're
this
going to get
blankly.
there. We're
No,
going to
but-
get there.
But part of that first recommendation, we think the whole area should be developed this way, but there should be a limitation on the minimum lot size or lot configuration.
Agreed, but
Those go hand in hand.
yes, but we are going to get to that with the development standards to be adjusted next. So, okay, so I would like to just sort of say we're putting a pin in item number 1. For the most part, the board thinks everything should be included. Okay, so moving on to number 2, do you mind bringing up the questions again so we can just reread number 2? And number 3 might also be, 2, 3, and 4 might also all lump together. So should the development standards be adjusted for different sections of the focus area? And from what I'm hearing, the answer to that is no. That you guys really want to have an overarching focus area with a set of standards based on some sort of minimum. So I think that actually we can move on from number 2 and say, should there be different sections? I think the answer is no. Number 3, how should the daylight plane and height transitions be adjusted? So, and this will go hand in hand with the front setback relief. So we can dive into David's commentaries with the rear setbacks and front setbacks. And if we could kindly pull up that grid again, or that graphic again, please. Okay, perfect. So David, you had some comments on this. I'm going to let you take the floor. Oh, not ready. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay.
I'm happy.
Please, Board Member Adcock?
So looking at, if I combine the two sections here, right? So in that middle zone, we've got lots that are probably in the order of 100 feet wide.
Mhm.
So that's the entire width of the lot in that middle area that we were just talking about. So if we take that 12-foot setback and do the 55-foot and 20, and we follow the daylight plane, then the building becomes something like that, right? So is that kind of leads me to like, is there not just minimum frontage, but in minimum depth of the site as well that lets you have an 85 feet height?
And from my understanding, this would be El Camino here, right?
Right.
That's the roadway. So this is the
Right.
front and that's the rear setback. Okay.
So I'm consolidating this section onto the
Yep,
left.
perfect.
Clearly there is.
Mhm.
And that's what I think we would have to, I mean, it's quite a study to figure out
Right.
what those numbers ought to be.
Right.
But that ought to be considered, of course.
Yeah.
Can I jump in on
Yeah.
on the daylight plane thing? I've argued long and hard that daylight planes are a great way to limit this, to get protection. We've put a lot of thought into this already. I can easily support saying that you have a, say, 16-foot high, 45-degree daylight plane and no other regulation. None of this distance of setbacks to certain heights. Just keep it a simple daylight plane. It gives a huge amount of creativity to the designers and the owners and stuff. Within that, we already have, and we can revise provisions for encroachments into that with restrictions on privacy. If you want a balcony that sticks into that space, you have to do certain things to protect the privacy. It seems to me we've gone through that with our objective standards at great length. At this point, I'm quite comfortable just saying, let's stick to those standards. And as over time, we might evolve our objective standards regarding allowed projections, allowed details of how you measure and calculate the daylight plane. But the fundamental idea, in my opinion, ought to be a standard of a daylight plane at a certain height at a certain angle at the backside of all of these lots. That ought to be triggered on adjacency to residential use. And the real question in my mind then is whether it's just R1 or is it any use that's actually residential? And I don't know that that's a question I can answer, but I can point it out as the crux of the problem.
And sorry,
please.
we would want to make sure that we're specific about residential use versus residential designation, the zoning designation
Well,
versus the actual
yeah, I mean,
use of the
that's-
parcel. Just wanted clarity as you're talking about
That's
that.
the
as to
school of
what you
hard
intend.
knocks. I can't tell you how many projects we have where we can't apply this protection to clearly residential uses because the property was originally zoned something different. And, or it's a PC zone or something that it's against the logic of protecting residences from overbearing privacy impacts.
Apologies. I want to make sure I'm understanding. You're saying that there's potential sites that are not designated R1, but are actually built up with single-family homes right now?
Do you remember the hotel we did South Palo Alto a number of years ago where the Redwood apartment complex was
Yes.
behind it?
Yep.
And those folks were really bothered because they were so impacted by the hotel,
Mhm.
but their property was zoned RM 40 or something. And so none of these residential things applied.
Okay, because it was a higher density
Right,
residential.
but when it was built, somehow they did a different development standard to allow this fairly interesting series of angled condominiums, the Redwood development. But that resulted in some tight conflicts between the hotel. And we didn't, I mean, I remember not feeling like we had the ability to just regulate that to the protection of these people in these apartment buildings. And that really comes down to whether you say the use is residential or the zoning is residential. I'm not sure it's our bailiwick to make that decision. That's what the planning commission is supposed to do. But I'm comfortable observing that you really want to be protecting residential uses.
Right. I have a devil's advocate comment on that. So we have a lot of residential use, multifamily housing projects going on, right? So if we say in this diagram, the R1 on the left is a 7-story residential building. Are we saying the next development next to it needs to have a 45-foot daylight plane?
Well, you're changing.
45 degrees, I'm sorry.
But you're changing the argument. That's density of residential use. I'm just saying that the definition of residential ought to be not the zoning, but the use itself.
Right, but
The amount of setback should be maybe from low density residential use. So anything that's, say, 1 or 2 family housing is entitled to this protection of a daylight plane. When it's a 7-story apartment building, it is not.
mhm.
And that's regardless of whether it's in a RM40 zone, it's because it's 7 stories, or because it's so many housing units per acre, however we measure that. This daylight plane ought to apply when a proposed project is against a low density residential use.
How do we define low density
Well,
residential?
let them
use?
do that.
I mean, I think right now, sorry, apologies. I think right now that definition is the R1 zone, which is why that was highlighted so clearly on the map, right? I mean, I think that's the point, is that we really want to protect the single family homes and the residents that have lived here for 30, 40, 50 years from all of a
Exactly.
sudden having an 80-foot behemoth in their backyard.
That's right,
Um,
exactly. So what? Microphone.
So on another example of the Housing Authority project on the east side of the street that we approved, that's constructed, and what's the street name again? And the name of the project again? But behind it was a project that it is not single family, it's multiple dwelling.
That's like a 2-story
Yeah.
old 1950s apartment
Yeah,
building.
and there was a lot of discussion about the 50-foot separation.
That's right.
So I think you have to expand that to more than an R1
Yeah.
consideration.
Yeah, I would suggest it's slightly higher density than R1. Maybe what we call R2 as the current zoning
Yeah,
standard.
that's what I'm kind of thinking through as well, is like there's R1s, R2s, like, duplexes or 4,
Yes,
4 to 8
They're
units, kind of
all the
small.
way very close to the
developments.
border. Yeah,
And so, yeah, obviously the one extreme is the apartment building or a condo building. But then, and the other end is R1, but there's a lot in between. So what is our extent of protection?
If I recall, when we were doing the objective standards on the daylight plane issue, we set a minimum height of the building next to it. I think it was something like, if the building next door was 20 feet or less, then the setback started at the daylight plane started at a certain height. But it was related to the physical form of the building. It's getting complicated already, and it's really got to keep it simple.
Well, for what it's worth, ADUs are capped at 16 feet, so the 16-foot height limit makes some sense in that regard.
16 feet, 45 degrees is all over our zoning code.
Exactly.
We measure
It's very
daylight planes at
consistent.
45 degrees. Why would
Right.
you change to a new, different designation here? Just
Well-
keep it what people can expect.
Yeah, and it's sort of odd that you've got this daylight plane of 60 degrees, but then all of these height transitions that you can't use. So again, we've always, as a board, been pretty consistent that if you want to, set a daylight plane, then use the daylight plane. That envelope is there for a reason. And to have these sort of extra setbacks, and like we were looking at this whole amount of space that they can't develop, is a little odd. So I'd be inclined to say a slightly more restrictive daylight plane, but let them build to it.
100%, sure, of course.
just want to make sure that we
Please.
can, within the perimeter of all of that, you can get a 7-story building, sorry, 85 feet into it, double loaded possibility,
That depends on the lot size, Board Member Hirsch.
depth also.
Lot depth, lot width, lot area, all of that ought to be in a
Yeah.
minimum standard so
Yeah.
that what we're proposing makes sense. A 100-foot
Yeah.
lot, 16-foot daylight plane at 45 degrees not going to let you build a lot of housing.
It will. I think it will.
So certainly not to 85 feet. You'll have a single apartment building stack, a new single apartment. It's very tall, very narrow. That's where I think we should land on the daylight plane at the back of these things. 16-foot, 45 degrees when adjacent to residential, low density or R1, however it gets defined.
Can I do a straw poll of that? Does everyone seem to agree with that? Board Member Adcock?
I think so. I'm sketching out what that would
Yeah,
be in terms of maximum.
All right,
height.
we'll circle back. Board Member Chen?
Yeah, generally I agree. And I also want to clarify, like for the 85 feet height, does it include everything, like include to the top of the parapet or?
Let's circle back to that in 30 seconds. Like literally, that's the next question. So I'm in favor of changing the daylight plane to 45 degrees at 16 feet, but not having these height transitions. Basically removing that, and changing that to a 45 degree. Board Member Bolte.
You have two, front and rear, and that's it.
Well, we're going to get to the front in a second.
Exactly.
but
We're sort of going bite by bite.
what you just said, I support strongly. Yes.
I think it works.
Yeah, I think so. And what I was just figuring out is that if the lot is like 100 feet depth, then that may be a separate point, but that basically limits the whole development if it's such a narrow lot to about, 65 feet.
Agreed, but I think that maybe that's a good
That's kind of
thing.
like, yeah, exactly.
Right, because if you've got a house and it's only 100 feet away from El Camino, then maybe that's how we get some of this transition in height. Is that, to Board Member Valte's earlier point, that minimum depth and minimum widths are going to sort of determine what you can do here.
So what I was kind of getting at is if it's, do we want to just say that lot must be minimum 100 feet, or that if the lot is, between 100 and 150 feet, then the max height is 65 feet versus 85 feet, or is that too many?
The daylight plane has done that for us. We don't have to make the detailed rule because the overarching plane just forces
We'll
that.
cut it off, yeah.
Just forces that.
Mhm.
And doing this, we all know there's a lot of creative folks
Mhm.
doing this. Somebody will come up with a clever idea. And that's
Spiral
great.
stair
That's
to a
what,
spire.
yeah, somebody will have a single piece sticking up that fits. And that's what's fun. It'll make it good. It's better for the city to have that. Do we keep the 10-foot setback?
Can I ask a question here at this point? That how does the acclaim, the project we have already seen, the acclaim project? What's the number on El Camino for that?
Pardon?
The acclaim housing that has a interior courtyards that we've just been looking at. You can get to the picture if you want. Jeannie. So it's the one on the left side, which we've just approved. Yeah. So that's a courtyard scheme. And it's pretty dense at the rear of it. I think it's not next to residential.
Correct.
Right? So what allows you now to build a building like that with an inner court?
You really can't when you're next to low density residential.
Okay, that's
So
correct.
over time, that will change, and then this kind of building will be.
So
more
when we
feasible.
say we have a zone, that's, we're going to draw a line and say this is where the zone is for the whole street. It has to be differentiated whether it is adjacent to residential, the rear yard can only follow those.
But again, with the daylight plane and the requirement that applies next to residential, you've done exactly that.
Yes,
Without
fine.
having to make a detailed zoning code about what's
Okay,
possible.
so
You've
we're
just-
only
that's the
talking about
accomplishment.
residential adjacencies.
Yeah. I think all of us want to see residential uses protected
Yes.
currently.
However, I want to clarify, maybe the staff can clarify it. If the applicant requests for a density bonus, then the daylight plan just totally get rid of the daylight plan. Is it correct?
That's
So-
correct. That's why, we'll let.
Maybe I can just clarify something about this program. Again, the focus area is an alternative to state density bonus law and an alternative or an encouragement to not use the builder's remedy. So the builder's remedy applications until January 1st, when the rules changed, applicants could submit without complying to the zoning as long as they met the 20% threshold for below market rate. The focus area says, okay, you can take these focus area standards, but you're not allowed to use state density bonus law. And in that way, it's a way for the city to maintain the objective design standards and all of the city's zoning requirements.
That includes daylight plane as well, that goes out the window. So
That's
then-
right. So if you're using the focus area standards, you have to meet the daylight plane that's specified.
does that lead us to thinking maybe 60 degrees gets us a better chance of using focus area requirements versus density bonus?
Certainly goes through my head.
But we don't have any more builders remedies coming up, correct? The deadline is already passed. We have the objective standards in place now.
That's a
Correct.
calculation of what's going to balance the city's desire to protect low-density housing more versus keep developers within this program rather than something more aggressive. I know if I lived in the house next to this, the difference between 60 and 45 degrees in the daylight plane is pretty big. And I would rather see this shallower daylight plane with additional encroachment allowances. I think is a better compromise maybe.
60 and 0 or
But,
90.
well,
is
I
a-
hear you. That's way above our pay grade here. I mean, they want to hear our advice. I think our advice ought to be the daylight plane is the mechanism by which we ought to regulate this. We should trust the daylight plane requirement to make it, removing these other requirements is a perfectly reasonable thing to do. We're not eliminating the intent of those requirements. We're suggesting a better, more efficient, easier to understand, more likely to be accepted by developers process. We've been saying this now for 2 years probably. And I think that's a very clear consensus on the board that the daylight plane is the way to do it. Whether it's 45 or 60, let city council decide. Enough of them live in houses next to these things, and it just takes going there once to realize the impact. It just takes one project where somebody says, forget it, I'll just build straight up. That's a balance. And I don't know what the answer is to that. I mean, it's a tough one.
So on Creekside project, they're applying for what kind of a project? It's not shown here, is it?
Someone looking to identify the Creekside
Yeah,
area?
I think they are.
Yes, we're looking for
Sorry.
that.
So that is this site here, which is residential and a hotel. It's also a builder's remedy application.
So this one here?
Yeah, which one was it?
Yes.
Yeah, we want to make sure that this
Oh,
is
that's
also
it.
for the public record.
That's it in the center?
Yep.
Ooh, wow.
I mean, this is sort of the rock and the hard place that we were trying to suss out is, right? We had these builders remedies projects go through and we very clearly, very quickly saw the detriment of the impact of those without being considerate of neighbors and the fact that they were allowed to do what they wanted. So with the state density bonuses, what we're really trying to do is incentivize. We're really trying to make sure that the focus area people choose to develop to Palo Alto's preferred standards rather than the state density bonus standards. So that's really the goal.
That's right.
I still am a big believer that we've got to do whatever we can to protect the residential. So if it means that we have a more strict rear daylight, maybe it's something that we give a little bit more in the front. So maybe this is where we transition to talking about the front setback where it's on El Camino. So I'd rather see, you know, a little bit harsher in the residential side and sort of do more that we can to protect those single family homes and maybe allow a little bit more leniency on the front side.
How about, before we segue,
Please.
the setback at the rear of these properties? We've got, Palo Alto has a standard of 10 feet setback against residential uses, low density residential use. That's like in the C end zone and stuff. And that's indicated here. And that makes a lot of sense for giving residences a little bit more protection. That is one additional layer from the daylight plane. But maybe we give ground on that and let them go to.
Sorry, can I interject? The focus area currently has a setback requirement of 20 feet when you're next to an R1 zone. So what's shown on the screen is actually 20 feet. You're correct that generally in the focus area, in most of the districts, the setback is 10 feet if it's a residential use on the site and next to a residential zone. But this is 20 feet is specific to the focus area at that transition.
I see. Okay, so I can support a 10-foot setback then. I think that's a reasonable distance.
Agreed,
Oh,
and
no.
it's all about trying to
It's actually this is El Camino frontage, which is.
No,
No,
on
no.
the backside of the.
Oh, the
El Camino.
backside.
When you're
Okay.
next to somebody's house or a small apartment building, what should the setback be?
Uh-huh.
And you're gonna need people having access to those units and you have services and stuff. So
Oh, yeah.
10 feet is reasonable, I think, anyway.
Mhm.
But some developers, I'm sure, would like to push it to 5.
Mhm.
And it's also consistent with other
it's
areas
very
and
consistent,
to incentivize following, the focus area, we need to make it more
Yeah.
attractive to do it this way.
Is 10 feet the recommendation that you're working on? And that's what I see in this drawing here, or don't I?
This should be showing 20 feet. We've not made a recommendation for this location. We have suggested simplifying the setback in general, again, because there are a bunch of different zoning districts within the focus area. For example, the RP zone, as one of the comment letters indicated, has a 20-foot setback requirement all around the building, which we don't think makes as much sense. It's inconsistent with the CN, CS zones. But so we don't have a specific recommendation for this rear condition.
And to my fellow board members, is my mathing here? So if we did a 10-foot setback with that 45-degree daylight plane, the height of the beginning of the building would be 26 feet. If we did a 20-foot setback, the height of that beginning of the building would be 36 feet.
Yeah,
Everybody,
your math is correct,
Okay.
yeah.
just checking.
That's basically 2 stories within the first 10 to 20 feet,
Correct,
which is the intent of the daylight plane.
right.
It's exactly what we're trying to regulate.
Yeah, it seems right to me.
So I'm very comfortable with 10 feet.
Just to confirm, that's including those that are adjacent to low-density residential?
That's right.
Okay, great, thank you.
And that's our give to developers a little bit, that they're getting that extra 10 feet of space. This is enticing for that.
Yeah.
That's how I see it anyway.
Okay, so again, just very quick straw poll. Everyone seems okay with a 10-foot setback, so long as they have a 45-degree daylight plane starting at 16 feet?
Mhm.
And looking across the board, it looks like yes. So again, 5-1. Not that we're deciding things, just trying to make sure that we're clear in our suggestions.
Mhm.
Okay. If we can transition over to the front setbacks. I'd like to focus in on those for a minute.
Well, I have an opinion on that, of course. as we're doing
Go
today.
ahead, Peter. Lead the
I
charge.
wasn't even really prepared for this today, but I think all of us agree that the setback of the building above a certain height is attractive and very desirable.
Mhm.
I feel that our objective standards, we're pushing for that kind of thing in a more nuanced fashion that's maybe more capable. And to me, saying you have a 20-foot setback above 55 feet conflicts with our objective standards. We didn't put those standards in place to have that setback requirement, I think.
I think it's terrific.
Well,
I like the setback.
but this conflicts with the objective standards.
Well, the objective standards really didn't. Sorry, the objective standards really didn't really describe a tall building. We really didn't get into it. If you look at it, they kind of end, all of the drawings that are drawn do not have anything above about a 5-story building. So this is a different prototype here. And I think that this will actually make the street frontage really maintaining still that pedestrian scale on the street edge. And I'm not in favor of sort of going all the way up at that point.
Do the objective standards apply to these projects as well?
Well, in the context of, yeah, I'll defer to Jeannie on this one.
So the objective standards do apply in the focus area, again, because you couldn't waive out of other requirements. There are a couple objective standards, and I can look them up, where there are footnotes in the code that says there are exceptions basically because the objective standards did otherwise conflict. But I need to look it up to see if what you're referring to is specifically accepted.
And do the objective standards require some sort of step back like this above a certain height? Or are they, as board member Hirsch just said, just assuming the building is never above 50 feet or so? I don't remember how we did that.
Let me take a look.
No, I don't think it says specifically the height.
Yeah.
But it never showed a diagram other than the lower density.
Because the heights were whatever the zoning limit was.
So I guess I like the idea of what this accomplishes. I would much rather see this made part of the objective standards to get some sort of step back where you could have a little more nuance. 20 feet is, as a blanket requirement, going to be limiting. It should be more like 5 or 10 feet to achieve the design objective we have. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of ways that can be both used and abused. And the objective standards have a lot more room to get into the detail of that.
Agreed. And again, I also personally think that this is going to be quite an elegant solution. And again, just to go back to the Lachampa grid, that's the Lachampa grid height. So that sort of pulling that back from there, I think is quite an elegant
Let's
solution.
suppose somebody wants a corner feature on a building,
Exactly.
a tower, an element that's anchoring the corner. You don't want it steps back, then you need to have the ability to have one piece of that up. And an objective standard might say, as long as it's no more than, say, 20 foot of the length, 20% of the length of the building, it's allowed. And this is just much more of a
Oh, you're
sledgehammer
right.
approach.
No, you're right about
Yeah.
that. You know, corner elements could be treated differently.
And our objective standards have a whole section on that. How do you design a corner element? What defines a corner element? And
Mhm.
it's not perfect to have those standards. We all know that, but that's what we have right now.
Could I ask to see that slide with the projects again and also the neighboring cities? Actually, let's stay here for a second. Like this project we reviewed recently, this one is pretty much doing what the diagram shows.
But maybe not 20 feet.
I don't think it's 20 feet. So I'm just curious, like, the important part that I wanted to illustrate with this is that the major part of the building is at 55 and there's a step back and there's a change, like the base middle top idea. and there's,
Versus.
Yeah, exactly. And if we could go to, I think it was a slide after, oh, actually it's here. Yep, so Menlo Park is in the 50 to 64. Mountain View is 45 to 65. So all of the neighboring cities are in the 55, like no more than 65 feet in this height. So I feel like keeping the 55 or even going to a little bit higher as the frontage, and then whether it's 20 feet or 5 or 10, that any height taller than that steps back, kind of keeps with the whole, street frontage from Menlo down to Los Altos, not have this kind of frontage as long as it's, following the focus area requirements.
So the building on the upper right of this image here with the gray tower element,
Yeah, I mean, that's a separate
that
issue.
wouldn't fly.
No, it wouldn't. But you're right, Peter.
I'm
I
not sure
think
this is
that-
going to win a design award, but it is an attractive piece of this building. Without that, it would be a lesser design.
Maybe it's something as simple as saying 50% of the building facade needs to have a X number foot setback. That's it, right? Say 50%, half the building needs to step back a certain amount of feet or not, just so that we don't end up with something that is a huge run. And I don't want to call out any of these projects specifically, but just so we don't have something that's just a huge, massive facade, but then it will allow for these moments where you've got a tower here and a tower here.
It should probably be more than 50%,
More than 50.
80%.
Small features are taller at the corner.
Again, we want to incentivize. We don't want to restrict this overly too
But
much. So
isn't the objective standards a better place to put this kind of regulation?
I would agree with that. I think if we're going to do anything here, it needs to be hyper simple, right?
Yeah.
Like this or that, done.
That's my way of thinking that we've got so many objective standards to
Mhm.
regulate the modulation, the design, the
Mhm.
appearance of
Yes.
these facades.
It's true.
This is just one more piece in that. We're acknowledging that with taller buildings, our current standards don't apply well.
Mhm.
That's going to happen over and over again. As long as we're relying on those standards, they need to be updated constantly.
Yes, great.
And we've all said that many times, but I think our advice back to the city ought to be, yes, you need this kind of regulation. The proper place to do it is in your objective standards. So go through that process again.
So for the focus area, going back to that diagram, do we want to include any type of setback restriction on that focus area? I know.
Well,
It's a tough
I mean, I
question.
guess that's up to, if they don't change the objective standards, yeah, you need to do something. You can't just let it go straight up. That would be a disaster.
Would you be comfortable with a 10-foot setback?
Sure, I think 10 foot is about the right number. If I were writing the objective standard, I'd be looking at 10 feet over no more than 25% of the length of the building, and with some other details on that. But you could say that, well, they've got a right to regulation anyway. They just want to hear our opinion.
So it's a minimum of 10 feet. in other words.
Yeah, minimum 10-foot setback. So again, if I can consolidate our thoughts here, I think it seems to be a minimum of a 10-foot setback. Is there a percentage of the facade we would like this to apply to? Because I don't think 100% is necessary either. And I don't think any of us are pushing for this to be 100% of the facade has to be 10 feet back. I think it's some nominal percentage to allow
Yeah,
for towers
well,
and corners.
So
things
to
like
me,
that.
an elevator tower, a stair tower, a single unit is on the order of 20 or 30 feet, never more than that.
20 or 30%, you mean?
Well, just the actual physical width of it. A stair could be 20 feet, depending how it's configured. An elevator is 10 feet. A single use, say a dining room or something, is 30 feet maybe. But it's so dependent on the width of the property again. And if you have a narrow lot, then it's a tight constraint. You know, on a 65-foot lot, 25% is too restrictive.
Yeah.
On a 200-foot lot, it gives them a lot of latitude.
Through the
Objective-
chair. Just for context on here for the facade design on the objective standards, you are looking at, say, for structures 3 stories or higher, that there is a step back, upper floor setback of 5 feet. And that is for a minimum of 80% of the length of the facade.
So our objective standards, to reiterate what you said, would at above 3 stories would have a 5-foot setback.
Correct, for the upper stories.
Okay.
So that's exactly what Board Member Hirsch was saying. That was designed with the 5-story building in mind.
Mhm.
Then it makes sense.
And that would be for 80% of the facade.
80%.
For what we're talking here, that's too restrictive.
Agreed.
You're just nobody's gonna accept that limitation. They'll do a different planning round.
And what the current standard for the focus area says, to be more detailed, is that it's an average step back of 20 feet. A minimum feet, a minimum set-
Oops,
You're bubbling
you're
in and out
breaking
there.
up.
Yeah, but the word average scares me.
Yeah, I agree.
I can easily imagine playing all kinds of games with that.
Yeah, I'd rather have a minimum. I'd rather have a minimum setback of 10 feet, and I'm perfectly fine saying 50%. 50-50, make it
No,
nice
no,
and
no,
even.
more than, it has to be more,
More in the 75.
maybe 70.
60. Do I hear a 60?
It's about majority of the building needs to be of that.
Back,
or-
setback, yeah.
And allow for moments of
I
relief.
could say 75 and be okay by me.
Yeah, I'd say
You win.
80%, and that's where we landed the first time.
Do you guys want to stick with 80%, same as the objective standards? I'm inclined to make it a little less
I want to do this. I
restrictive.
want to do this more carefully.
I think
Yeah.
75.
If we're going to
is
set a
right.
standard for how the facades of the future of El Camino is going to look, we're not going to design it in 30 minutes here to do it.
Agreed,
Come
but,
on,
and
this is
again, we're not,
serious. This
no,
is real
agreed, but
stuff.
we're not making decisions at this moment. We're giving recommendations
So a
now.
recommendation ought to be, take this more seriously. Don't just say a 20-foot average setback.
Yeah.
Design it, think about it, plan it. This is a big deal.
Agreed, but we need to still come up with some type of recommendation.
Well.
And I'm
you-
inclined to say that giving a little bit more latitude on the front side will allow more housing units to be built.
Okay, 10 feet over 75%.
That's it.
So does
Instead of
every-
80%.
Does everybody agree with 10 feet instead of 5 feet, keep the same?
10 feet is fine.
Agree with 10 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet.
10 feet.
Okay.
Board Member Chen looks a little hesitant.
Yeah, I just feel to keep it simple, we can just keep the 5 feet and it's
It's exactly the same as the
Yeah.
objective standards, just at a higher level.
Yeah, right.
5 feet
And
is,
you
you
can
know,
tell the difference with
if that
5
top,
feet.
it's not enough.
Yeah, that
That's not enough.
my comment would be that, when we're asking for balconies, we're asking for 6 feet of
Balconies.
depth at a minimum.
Right,
And this is
yeah,
a
but,
taller
but
building,
this is
so the
the minimum,
proportion.
right?
5
So-
feet is too small for
Mhm.
a big building. 10 feet seems very reasonable.
Well, yeah, so like for building design, if you want some verifications, variations of the elevations, step back is not the only solution, right?
Mhm.
So it could be like project out or step back. So there's different ways to do it. So
Well, they
I
can't
mean,
project
in this
past the
way,
property line, though,
right? Yeah,
so.
you're right. So in this way, we're requesting them to only doing the single solution to push
Our
everything
chair
back.
is forcing us to give a single solution.
Yep.
That's why we're doing it.
But-
Yep, because
yeah,
I'd like us
so-
to be a unified front with our
So,
recommendations.
I've been there, I've done that, I hear you.
Right, yeah, so for 10
Following your
feet, that
footsteps,
is
Peter.
really the only solution, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the 5 feet would be too small for the amount that it is. Of course, I actually feel like I'm fine with them coming more forward than the rest of the board seems to be. So I think a happy medium would be that 10-foot setback. It gives you a nice amount of depth for the height of the building that we're talking about. And again, sort of based on this diagram, super rough, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stories at the property line. The remaining 3 stories would need to be set back, assuming that they're, evenly spacing these. They might change up the heights of their floors. So they might end up with 7 floors at the same 85 foot, but that's up to them. Do we feel comfortable with the 80%, 75, 70,
75 seem reasonable to
75?
me.
Okay,
So,
so,
and just, another way
Please.
to think about this is if this is a wide avenue, you're driving down the street, you're going to get that sense
Mhm.
of the lower piece projecting out significantly. And I think it's really been demonstrated in the Acclaim project that,
Mhm.
that one really demonstrates that very well. That sense of scale.
Okay, I would like to say that, so for the recommendations moving forward, 10-foot setbacks at the fronts above 55 feet for 75% of the facade. Again, I feel a little bit out on a limb here. I'd be okay with a little bit, that number going to 60%, but I'm the only one, so. And then Board Member Chen.
Yeah, wait a minute. So can we pull up the map with the renderings again? Because we want to visualize like
Mhm.
how,
What we're doing here.
yeah, like how much does the 75 mean and how much does the 60% mean? Because for those
With the
two
images,
tower
please.
elements,
Can't get this stupid thing to delete. Sorry, my 5 foot and 80% is not going anywhere.
yeah, oh yeah, this one. So if we
Mm-hmm.
look at the rendering on the upper right, so those two tower elements, it probably take about 40% or so.
Mhm.
So if we ask for 75%, is it too much, or maybe going down to 60% make more sense?
If you ask me, that building would probably be better with just one tower.
Me too.
So, I think we're trying to steer that.
Right, but then looking at these other ones, this one, the only recess is sort of here, but then they're also bringing it back forward with that roof above. This one has no recess. This one, obviously, it's too small to have a recess. This one basically has like one little indent there, and that's it. And then this one is really the only one that has a full recess across the full top. And then this last one down here is only 2.5 stories, so it's really looking at these large ones. None of them have a recess.
This is called planning, gang. This
Yeah.
is what we're doing.
And I think that we are trying to avoid exactly this, where it's this huge bulky facade with no relief. Whereas this one with much more relief is much more attractive. This one with some amount of relief is also more attractive. But again, we're trying to incentivize and get good buildings at the same time.
It really somehow has to do with the dimension of the facade, the
Mhm.
length of the facade. The larger the facade,
Yeah.
the more you need to break it up at some point. I still think that 75 would be sufficient.
Okay. Okay. So we'll go with 75 for now as our recommendation. Now, in terms of the overall height, we've sort of been taking for granted that the 85-foot height is something that we're all comfortable with. Are we? I'm seeing nods across the board. So yes, just sticking with the 85.
Well, I've
foot.
been thinking lately, not that the overall height is not, that's not an issue, but I see so many times where people put very large mechanical screens or elevator stacks that dramatically increase the apparent height of the building.
Beautiful.
And I'm a little bit concerned about that. I've always wondered, why don't we include elevator and mechanical screens as part of the height of a building? They're these days pretty tightly constructed as structural elements, and they're visually part of the building. And I think that what happens is developers know that they can get large mechanical screens, so they don't tighten up their design of the mechanical systems. If you ask a mechanical engineer how much height they need, they're going to take 10 or 20 feet. It's just easier to build it that way. But there are ways to keep that stuff lower.
But I think a part of it is also how far setback it is.
And it has a lot to do with that.
You know, if it's up to the street, or like within a certain distance, up to this, you know, from the setback, it should count towards the 85. If it's, you know, if we kind of use the same daylight plane kind of idea of from the 85 feet, it's 45 degrees back. You know, that's where you have a little bit.
Idea.
Yeah.
Just a roof daylight plane equipment of any
Yeah.
kind,
Right.
elevators, stairs.
Right.
Stay within the daylight plane.
Right.
That's a really good.
Because if it's an elevator tower that's on the facade, then it has
That's
to stay
it.
within the
It's
85
limited.
feet limit.
Yeah, yeah. And currently, don't we allow stairs and elevator towers to project above the height limit to provide rooftop access?
The penthouse portion. I
So
think.
for the purpose of height, I mean, if we're going off the definition, for the majority of the sites identified here, excluding the low density residential, it's the highest point of the flat roof or the deck line of, say, a mansard roof. And then if we're speaking about, say, single family residences, that would be at the tallest point or highest point, if you will, of any of the wall parapets or roof structure. So those items would not be included per the
So-
definition of height.
So a stair tower is permitted to extend vertically above the height limit?
For the purposes of height and meeting the definition, yes, it could extend beyond that.
Yeah, so that's 85 feet I'm comfortable with. 100 starts to get me nervous.
Mhm.
By the definition he just read, that's possible.
At least 95.
So maybe we just need to give that feedback back to everybody, that if you're going to go taller, you want to be a little more careful what projections you allow beyond it.
Also, if there is roof gardens, then there are probably some structures above there. Then do we want the roof daylight plan also apply to those like trellis or whatever it is?
So it'd probably be a good study to say, is the daylight plane we've already established going to regulate this as well? Or do you establish a roof daylight plane starting at the edge of the parapet of the roof, another 45-degree plane, regulating these secondary uses?
It sounds like even the parapet can extend past the 85 if the measurement is to the deck level,
No,
right? Is that?
I would say if
In this focus area, there's an exemption for railings and parapets that are there for health and safety standards.
no, that's. a
I'm very
mistake.
concerned about that.
No, the height is what you see, the parapet wall.
Yeah.
A railing. I mean, the code is much more loose about what a health and safety standard is, and that can be easily manipulated.
Right.
Um,
I think if you have a solid parapet but wall that's in alignment with the building and looks like part of the building, that follows 85 feet,
that's the building
period.
height, yeah.
And if there's a setback railing that's 20 feet back, well, then that's a different exception. I kind of like this idea of the additional 45-foot.
Yeah.
Or, so, excuse me, 45-degree daylight plane for anything mechanically installed on the
The
roof.
code ought to have just a basic allowance of what's allowed to project beyond the height limit and then how that's limited. The idea of a daylight plane from the roof is a great one. And elevator towers, stair towers, trellises, railings, things like that would clearly make sense to allow them to go above it.
Mhm.
How you
Is at a
guys work
minimum,
that in.
just the penthouse for the elevator is going to go up. So if it's
Yeah.
on the edge, it's within the limit. If it's further back, then you can use that
If we
45.
want to encourage use of the roof, then we have to allow stairs and elevators to go above it.
Mhm.
But at 85 feet, and you said that's already taller than the neighboring communities by 10 or 20 feet, right? So council, staff, the PTC should be really made loud and clear aware that some of these exceptions can be manipulated to get much greater height.
And to Board Member Chen's comment that the rooftop terraces, all of a sudden they've got these rooftop parks up there that are overlooking all of these neighbors that we're trying so desperately to protect. So keeping that in mind, and again, I don't think we're going to solve that today, but I do want to make sure that all the other boards hear us loud and clear that as soon as you write these rules loosely, they will be taken advantage of. I do also want to note that we're at a 10:30 time check. So we might need to take a quick 5-minute break and then circle back. I think we're pretty close to wrapping this up, but I do want to make sure we have time for that. So why don't we take a 5-minute break right now?
We can finish this first.
Finish it first?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe you have touched on the points that
All
that
4
we were
points, yes.
looking for direction on. If there are any additional comments, we could accept those, but I think we're.
There's two things we hadn't discussed. One, you don't need to, which is parking.
Yeah.
In my opinion, that is what the planning commission, the transportation commission wants to do. But the one we didn't discuss and I think is important is the open space requirement.
And additionally, I'd like to reevaluate the front setbacks at grade level, because we sort of brushed past that. We looked at the upper portion, but we didn't look at the sidewalk portion. So
Let's do that first then.
if that's all right, I would like to just take 5 minutes because I do want to make sure we're respecting the staff's time. I'm sorry, I know, but we want to respect the staff's time, 5 minutes, and we'll circle back and touch on those last 2 items without having to rush them.
We will, of
So,
course, recognize the wisdom of our chair.
appreciate it, Peter. Thanks, guys. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right. Board members, calling all board members.
Your opinion, it's so great value hearing it.
All right, appreciate the slightly longer than 5-minute break there. We all needed a coffee refresh, so to tackle Peter's point first. Or do you want to go back to the streetscape first? So if we don't mind going back to the streetscape with the sections, I'd like to just take a look at the where the sidewalk meets the building. There was sort of a mini diagram there showing the setbacks at that point. I'd like to just touch base on that really quick as well, because I do have a hard time when these buildings are built straight to the property line and then there's no room for pedestrians or bikes or planting or anything like that. And so the diagram that was there actually was interesting, and I'd like to.
Not even looking at the diagram. I thought we have a 12-foot built setback on El Camino.
We do.
And is that being changed by this requirement?
No.
Let's go back to that
Says so
section
right on the
diagram, please.
section. Page 84.
Yeah, that diagram would be helpful. Here we go. And the right side at the bottom is what we're looking at.
And you're saying you're concerned about this, Board Member Rosenberg, this 12-foot physical setback from the edge of the curb is
Right.
adequate, not adequate?
Minimum sidewalk width. So I guess question number, what did I do? Hang on. I messed something up. Don't allow, cancel. Okay, sorry, I hit a button that messed everything up. I think the concern, well, first of all, I don't necessarily know how far that property line is to the curb on some of these property. I mean, we don't have that evaluation right now. So are we comfortable with this? Do we want to have a recess from the property line at the ground level? Is this something that, like, what are we doing here? Is the question. Is it based on curb width, or is it based on setback from the property line? Is it based on how inviting these buildings are going to be?
Doesn't the current code just say the building setback is 12 feet from the face of the curb? Not, it doesn't allow this projection above a certain height into that distance. I'm pretty sure that's what.
That's what I was recalling too from the previous project we looked at, that we had 12 feet of a sidewalk and, trees within that sidewalk, and this upper projection to the property line, if that is less than 12 feet, right? The property line is less than 12 feet from the curb, which it likely is.
Right.
Then we will have no street trees, for instance.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable just saying it's 12 feet. You can't project into that. I thought that's what we had though, already.
Well, but let's say that the property line goes out to 10 feet, then we're now imposing on their property line.
What's called a setback.
Setback.
To staff, do we
12
have any
foot.
information on this?
12 foot from curb.
There's an existing sidewalk width requirement of 12 feet. There's not necessarily a setback. Again, the setbacks up and down El Camino depend on the zoning district. So many of them don't have a front setback requirement, but still have a minimum sidewalk width requirement. So if that requires some kind of easement at the ground level to create a sidewalk, that is what needs to happen. And that's why in this example, in the graphic, you're seeing that at the upper levels, the building is at the property line, but at that ground floor level, it's recessed.
And what's the minimum height at a sidewalk then? Do we have a standard for
Right.
that as well?
Is it to the first floor, to the second floor?
Well, you can see it's intended to be more. We did.
It's-
Let me see if I can look it up.
We put that in our standards?
I
David?
think it's in the standards, yeah. 14 feet, I think it was something like 14 feet.
Well, I'm comfortable sticking with whatever we have, I guess.
I'm also curious, what's a typical sidewalk width or face of curb to edge of property line on El Camino? Is 12 feet a norm, or more like 6 feet, 8 feet?
I think it's a little less than 12 feet.
Yeah.
Just from other projects we've reviewed, the 12-foot requires generally for the building to set back a little bit.
For housing element side, is it required to also have retail on the ground level, or?
The housing element sites under state law are allowed to build out as 100% residential. So regardless of what an underlying zone might say, or regardless of the retail preservation ordinance. And that's actually going through right now as part of the housing element implementation.
So which means the ground level could be only like 11 or 12 feet above the ground.
Except that there's other standards on El Camino that don't allow residential along the frontage at the ground level. Residential units could be in the rear. But there's likely something else in the front, whether it's a lobby or other use.
But doesn't have to be commercial, so it could be bike rooms and all of those things that has a lower height requirement generally. So floor to floor could be in the order of 10 to 12 feet. And therefore, if that projection comes out, it's the soffit is like 9 feet. Right? Is that what we're looking at here? Yeah. Peter, I'm leaning towards what you were saying of like the 12 feet is face of the building, not just.
Well, yeah,
sidewalk.
I had always assumed that 12 feet was the face of the building. I don't think I've seen a building that projects 2 feet out beyond it. It's a real challenge structurally to do that. It's hard to see where it makes economic sense. Unless you have some sort of covered arcade and it's a fully 10-foot back, which might be a nice design feature. But to my way of thinking, El Camino is a street that has a 12-foot setback, 12-foot sidewalks, and that's important to preserve that.
Absolutely.
I think that's already in the code and we shouldn't mess with it further here, though.
Okay, so again, just to sort of clarify our board's comments is that we agree with this 12-foot minimum sidewalk width for the first floor, right? So this diagram is
for the
basically
entire
accurate.
building.
I just, however it's defined right now, let's not
Yeah.
go there as well.
I mean, okay,
I think we could spend an hour,
we are good.
come up with a better way to define it, but.
Layered
Yeah,
onto that
somebody's not
though, what
layered
about
on.
any street trees or any planting?
So from just again, a rough sort of calculation, if we've got a sidewalk of 12 feet and that's like a 6-foot curb and there's your like 3-foot, 6-inch, pocket for your trees, then you're left with an 8-foot width of sidewalk, which should be plenty.
Yeah,
Well, but-
it's 4 feet, I think, the width for the tree.
Right,
pit.
exactly. But
But
with
if the building comes into it up above, it's not for the tree anymore. That's just what Board Member Adcock is talking about.
We're not just talking about the tree grade, we're talking about the floor height.
And that's usually taller than the first floor of the building.
like that. So
Come on.
understood, but what? I'm drawing my trees. Understood,
What does the
but
current zoning code say?
Yeah.
on this?
I think that it's one of those that since we don't have the information for how far some of these properties are set back from the curb, we might be talking about a moot point here.
Well, I'd suggest to staff that you should change the diagram and just show the building as a straight line, which is how most people think of it, and say the regulation is minimum sidewalk width, and let some creative developer come back and question this rather than suggesting that they do this.
Or just set his building further back on the
Yeah,
ground
just-
floor. if
Just
he
show the
wants to do
building
that.
as a straight wall. That's what we're allowing.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I agree with that.
The question about the step back on the top, is it 10 foot from the property line or
Yeah.
to the face of the building?
face of building.
On face of the building.
But then that is exactly this issue, right? So if there's a condition where it's less than 12 feet from edge of curb to the property line, I don't think that it's. I mean, you guys are saying that the goal is that you'd have a setback of 12 feet along the entire length of this focus area of El Camino, period. No buildings could extend beyond that 12 feet. And that from that, then we'd have that 10-foot setback from the face of
yeah.
building to setback up here.
That's
Okay.
right. Well, when I come back to basic principles, we're trying to do some urban planning here. To me, I don't think it's good for buildings to project over the sidewalk.
Mm.
It's just not a good planning principle. Occasionally you see something, a balcony or some architectural feature, but I wouldn't say that every building should do that. That's not a good planning practice. And so to me, I think we should encourage that, even if our code doesn't explicitly require that. That's what I think anyway.
Agreed. And I think for the boulevard to actually feel like a boulevard, street trees are so important. And I don't think we should infringe into that growth area.
Yep.
Playing devil's advocate here for a second. If we do have these all facades straight, what's to stop a developer from just being like, okay, glass, 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 here's our door, glass, 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 and everything is just one big extensive thing. I think that what's an attractive way to do this is when they do recess. And now, hang on, I hear you, hang on. Peter's here.
Comment number 2, okay?
So if this area is completely covered on 3 sides, but recessed in, does that count as floor area? And if the answer is no, then, they're more likely incentivized to recess some of these entrance areas to provide planting, to provide benches, to provide things that will create moments of relief along a street side facade. My concern is that I wouldn't want 100 feet of just glass the whole way down with no intention of the lobby.
Objective standards has some discussion about that, there's insets and what not required in the objective standards.
Okay.
That's the appropriate place to deal with this kind of nuanced
Okay, fair
design
enough.
stuff.
Fair enough. Okay, so we want this 12-foot minimum sidewalk width, but that goes straight up. And then that 10-foot width would go from that building facade.
I don't want us to try to change every aspect of the code.
Yeah, agreed.
These are ones that we think are important. 85 feet height. When you go taller, this building setback at the top of the building matters.
Mhm.
When you go taller, the stuff at the bottom doesn't necessarily need to change from what's already regulated.
Okay, fair enough.
I raised the issue of open space. It's one that I,
Actually, can I go back to facade really quick on the?
Of course.
The 2 different requirements, the current objective standards of I think it was 3 stories, you step back 5 feet. And what we're looking at here and we're agreeing with is there's a 10-foot setback at 55 feet.
Mhm.
The intent is not for those to be layered on. Like there's no step back at 30 stories and then another step back at 5.
Correct.
I think that's our
They're 2
intent.
completely separate.
Right.
That 3-foot setback
Right.
with 5 feet applies to totally separate things. This is
Right,
what we're
but
looking
I
at.
think the 2 standards apply to this focus area, and I want to make sure, like, however that's clarified, our intent is not for those 2 setbacks to be layered.
So ensuring that in cases where the objective standards and these standards we're discussing for the focus area both apply, making sure that we don't end up having a lower step back from one set of regulations when we're talking about a much taller building.
Exactly.
Okay.
yeah.
We will look into that.
Thank you.
you probably should just read through all those standards and see if there's other things that are predicated on it being a 5-story building. I forget how we wrote it, but some of those numbers may be contradictory to what we're trying to do here. And that's not our intent.
And not to complicate things, but just probably to add a little bit of clarity to the discussion, the objective standards do provide say a selection or a menu, if you will, for some of these variations. So what was discussed at say the ground level, say a step back, or these step backs at the upper floor. So there's a variation that can be, achieve the same effect of a broken up facade. So there's not an entire mass.
That's true, but what Chair Rosenberg wanted us to do is to put an overriding at 55 feet, you have a 10-foot setback. And we don't want to see staff interpret that as optional to if you're following a menu item in this objective standards. What I heard insist that is that setback is required in addition to the other menu choices on the objective standards. Is that right?
Correct, but I believe that Stephen was talking about the ground level at that moment.
What I heard him say was the kind of interpretation that was more fuzzy from the applicant's point of view. The objective standards do a lot to modulate the facades, but the high level setback is a very important modulation.
Agree.
Yes, emphasize.
And then, go ahead.
So one minor thing about the height about it, shall we consider higher heights other than 55? Because
Le Champ look good. I'm good with the 55 feet. I think that what they've got there is appropriate.
Because this is like the upper 3 stories will step back, but the projects that we approved recently has only 2 stories step back, right? So proportionally, it's more like 3 versus 4. It's like 4 at the top.
Right, but again, we're sort of assuming heights of stories here, right? They could
Right,
have
yeah.
2 penthouse stories that are up there, or they could have one with huge vaulted ceilings.
And
So
also-
really, it's just a
Also
height.
consider the entire context of the adjacent cities. I think most of them are like the maximum height is about 65.
I saw 55 to 65. So I
Yeah.
think
So if
55
Yeah,
is kind of keeping with the neighbors.
if we request, if we ask them to start with 65, which allow them to have 1 more story higher than
I'm going to
55.
continue to argue for the 55. I think that it's more in scale, and the fact that we're allowing a 10-foot setback instead of a 20-foot setback, I think is giving them the bonus that they would need.
20 is a lot, yeah.
When we were looking at this, I did a quick check in my own head about this current Palo Alto height limit is 50 feet. And that's generally what you can squeeze 5 stories into. And we all know that that's a little bit tight. An extra 5 feet. The 50 feet was decided on a long time ago when we didn't have such tall retail environments and we didn't have such expectations on residential. 9 foot is now what you have to build. So 55 makes sense from the point where you're expecting a 5-story building to fit, which I think is really our design intent. To me, at least, following the Barcelona example, 5 stories is the proper height for an urban environment. That's a walk-up height. 5 stories you can hoof it on foot, and that's what cities for the past 2,000 years have been working on. So I'm very comfortable with that idea of 5 stories, and then our interpretation of 5 stories is 55 feet right now. That's my logic.
4 stories above 1 ground level retail instead of
Yep.
5-story over 1 story retail,
Microphone.
or maybe.
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. So that is more about like 4-story residential over 1 ground level retail versus 5-story over 1 story retail, or it also eliminate the possibility to have 2-story retail down below.
That's right. To me, 1-story retail, 4-story residential is is what I'd like, going back to our planning model. If I'm planning a boulevard, that's what I would set up as the ideal.
And again, there are 3 more stories above this for residential, right? It could be retail, office, and then you've still got 6 stories of residential. And that only being a 10-foot setback above, I think is really, so I'm very, like visually, I think that 55-foot is going to be connecting the old Palo Alto of 50 feet, plus speaking to some of the nearby cities with their 55-foot limits. And yes, some of them go up to 65. But I think it's a nice transition. I think that going up to the 65 is just going to be a little bit too imposing too quickly. I think that this is appropriate and fair.
The approved projects might not be built as it is.
Sorry, what do you mean?
Could you please go to the renderings with all those buildings that build along the street? So the one here, it only has 2 stories that step back instead of 3 stories, right?
Which one
It's
is
not
the
showing
one?
up. It's the bottom left.
Yeah,
The
bottom left.
leftmost one. So that one has 1 floor of residential, or sorry, of retail, 3 stories of residential. And then it steps back, but those might be taller limits on the ground floor. It might be taller limits at there we go. There's your green circle. But I think that is sort of what we're looking for is along those lines. Now, imagine you went up 1 more and then even 1 more, then by that point, you've got such a tall structure. It might not be the goal of how we're trying to.
And it's not about how many stories, it's a datum line of 55 feet.
Right.
However many stories are behind that and
Right.
what uses
Right.
is, we're not, that 55 feet doesn't regulate that.
Okay, if everyone feels 55 is the way we go, then yeah. And actually, we're also talking about the incentives to the developers. So look at the Creekside buildings, it's,
Mhm.
yeah, we didn't see anything like that.
I'd say let's make a note with staff that 4 out of 5 of us are comfortable with the 55-foot, but I would like to note Board Member Chen's preference for a 65-foot limit.
Well, I could be persuaded back and forth, but I'm
I
not trying to
couldn't.
do it right now. This is, I think this is just a reasonable
Yeah.
choice for Palo Alto.
Yes.
I think your concept from a design point of view could be different. But we're just trying to give them advice, and we'll be lucky to get 55 feet, to be honest.
Well, and that's where I do want to make sure that we do note Board Member Chen's comments, because she's, she's got an opinion on this, and that if the remaining boards have a strong opinion and they feel that she's got a better idea of this, then great. So just to make sure that all of our voices are heard appropriately. All right, Peter, was there something else
Well,
on your
yes,
list?
and maybe staff, maybe we shouldn't do this, but to me, the question of required open space, private open space, is something that's consistently come up where developers feel that that's often too restrictive, especially on lower income focused projects. Basically, private open space means a balcony. And I think many of us here have felt that that's a really important design feature. However, many developers tell us it's an expensive and sometimes problematic design feature, and they shouldn't be required to do it. And I'm looking in this code here that you have 100 square foot per unit private open space requirement. Our objective standards have a number of requirements of how that's configured, even I think a 6-foot diameter circle, things like that. But at some point, I think that issue needs to be addressed in the planning process, whether this private open space is required or whether it's required to be met in the form of balconies rather than outdoor spaces that might meet this requirement elsewhere in the project. And I think it's more restrictive than we think for developers. That's why I'm bringing it up. I say that because we get a lot of pushback from people doing these projects.
So the current focus area standard is 100 square feet, and it can be any combination of common or private open space. So it's different than the typical base district standard.
So they could have like a common office space for all the residences, and that would count?
A common outdoor
Outdoor,
courtyard.
okay, must be outdoor, okay,
Okay,
got it.
so balconies are not required then?
Balconies are not required.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, so that's a big change from our current standards. Currently,
It only applies in the focus area.
yeah, so we should be aware of that because currently residential is requiring balconies.
I think it's like 50 square foot per unit or something like that of
Something
private
like that.
open space. And then there's the shared open space
Our
requirement.
objective was to have an outdoor space where you could sit at a table. And we went through quite a bit of effort on how big that is.
Mhm.
From board member Thompson and I disagreed about what was a reasonable amount of space. She's saying 4 feet and me wanting 8 feet or something like that.
Mhm.
But that's a big change here. If we're not requiring any balconies on these buildings, I'll be blunt, I have a problem with that.
I hear you, but I would say also just taking a look at these examples, this one has only got balconies in the corner. This is like sporadic balconies. This has none. This has some. So I think that requiring a balcony for every single unit might be asking a lot. So maybe again, it's some percentage of units
Yeah,
have
I would
private.
support that. Yeah,
Some percentage.
to get
percentage,
100% is really difficult.
Yes.
To have none
It's also-
is really difficult.
Well, and also it won't provide an interesting facade if all of them are exactly the same and there's no
Balconies add a lot
balconies.
of
Balconies
character.
add some character. So
What I've heard from people not within the city is that ought to be a question that's determined by the market. What do people want to buy? What do developers want to build? Rather than something that we regulate. I don't know if that's in our bailiwick to decide that, but
Can we get a reminder on what the requirement is? It's like 50 private and 150 total or something like that is what I recall.
Stephen, do you know what the requirements for open space is currently on a
objective
on a-
standards.
on a
Is it
design
per
like this?
apartment?
Per
Suppose you
unit,
had,
per unit.
you know, if you had a lot of 0-bedroom apartments, you're going to have a huge
Yeah. If you
requirement.
have a lot of studios, you're gonna have a ton of these balconies, but if you have a 3-bedroom unit and it only requires 50 square feet of balcony versus a studio that requires 50 square feet of balcony, it's also an interesting point.
So if we're speaking about, say, the objective design standards, and it is based on district, so going through here in the code, let's see, notwithstanding ground floor patio shall meet the following requirements. So RM20 and RM30 districts, minimum of 100 square feet of area. And there's some at least dimension requirements of 8 feet in width for that. So it's not kind of an odd configuration of that square footage. And that must be accommodate, say, 75% of the area. For RM40, a minimum of 80 square feet. And there's a 6 foot at least width for 75% of that area. And then if we're talking about, say, common open space, a minimum of 200 square feet. And that should accommodate a dimension of a circle with a 10-foot diameter in the middle of that. And there are some others if we're going through here. Let's see, actually, that's the last one. And it just discusses about courtyards being enclosed and see what that access might look like. So.
Doesn't say where the space is going to be. So in other words, if somebody builds like the Acclaim project, inner courts, those will count.
Yes, and there's a diagram in the code as well that actually identifies, say, some of that on floors above the ground floor. So
rooftops as well.
Well, I had hoped to have discussion whether you require balconies on apartments. Because I think that's an important decision if you want to regulate them. To the staff, maybe this is not the time to do that. But it is, I didn't realize that it's actually buried in this thing that we're changing that. That's a big change to my way of thinking.
I think it's a great point to bring up, and we definitely can, write that down and consider it as we're going through this.
Just looking at one of the other projects we reviewed in this packet, and it's got the minimum usable open space requirements of 150 square foot per unit, but I'm trying to figure out what yeah, it's RM20. I think that's one of the ones you were just covering. I'm just trying to not make new rules, but trying to understand what the current rules are in the first place.
So the CNCSCC district, which is typical on El Camino, that allows for any combination of private or common open space already. But it requires 150 square feet per unit. So this is similar, but a lower amount in the focus area.
But this does not require it private to the unit, which is the crux of the matter to me.
Right, and that's the same as the current CNCS zoning on El Camino does not require private open space. It sounds like developments are providing it voluntarily.
Well, but residential developments are required to have it. Those are commercial districts you're citing.
The residential uses within commercial districts, which is typically what's on El Camino here, are not required to put in private open space for residential.
Okay. Well,
but they can choose to do so if
they can choose to do so.
If they want people to be happy living in their buildings.
I guess the one thing about this from the developer standpoint, those balconies don't cost them square footage. They're not part of the apartment square footage, correct?
no, they're not, of course.
Jeannie?
Outdoor area in a balcony does not count towards floor area.
They don't lose.
I think if I can summarize at this time, and we just, as a board, really do feel that the outdoor open space is important. We don't have necessarily specific advice at this time, but we do strongly prefer private balconies for a certain number of units, maybe it's not all of them, and that having common space outdoor areas, conducive to a happy living part of your life. So,
If that zones require 150 square feet
yeah,
per unit, that's going to set the requirement right there. that,
Okay.
They will have to provide for it.
But I think the point of the focus area is to incentivize more development at lower cost
Mhm.
or, more affordable cost. So it seems like lowering from 150 to 100 is kind of one more step in that direction.
Yes.
Agreed.
Okay, agree.
So 100 square feet per unit might be an acceptable
Yes, does seem that
incentive.
way.
But again, we don't have a firm solution, just
Mhm.
it needs discussion, it needs some thoughtfulness. Okay. And then to Peter's last point on parking, we're just going to say that we're leaving that up to PTC.
Yeah, I'm okay with what was proposed here.
Okay,
But I think they asked us to comment on it. That's why I brought that up.
Yep. okay.
I don't know. It seems to me we should push for a recommendation to accept the state's description of that, which is 1 car per unit.
Isn't that
also-
what's in here now?
That's what it says here, but within the half-mile radius, it's in fact 0, right?
Mhm.
So there's some areas here that fall within the half-mile radius. So are we requiring those buildings to also, or those sites to also have 1 per unit? Or the
I think
half-mile
that's-
radius?
I think the state exempts them, and that's that,
Okay.
if I'm understanding that correctly. Yeah,
So-
Iceberg is nodding.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Is there any regulations currently for the loading zone or like ride share or delivery?
So there are some ongoing discussions about what requirements there might be for accessible parking spaces or electric charging parking spaces, and whether those can be required even when other parking is not being provided. That's an ongoing discussion with council. But generally, if, at this point, the loading space, I don't think the loading spaces would be required. I mean, if no parking is required, then that just overrides all categories, except for the ongoing discussion with council.
The focus area does include a series of TDM measures if parking is reduced by more than half of what's typically allowed by the code. And so that triggers bike parking requirements for electric bikes and cargo bikes. And so something we've been talking about for the housing incentive program is including a drop-off zone, loading zone, TNC zone. So that's something we could look at for the focus area as well.
I think that is really important along El Camino so that the traffic will not be slowed down.
I agree. So
And,
again,
move in, move out. I find that these are going to be really tricky situations. Which,
yeah, especially
uh,
if you've got high turnover units.
Yes, really. And there'll be a lot more
Yeah.
of that.
I do think that this somewhat ties back to Peter's earlier comments about having a minimum width for some of these sites. And while I don't feel that we as a board are prepared to give you a specific number for the width of these sites, like a minimum number, I do really want to encourage the other boards to strongly incentivize and understand that the huge impact that a wider site has on the overall flow of traffic in El Camino, on the overall, like exactly to these points, if there's Amazon deliveries, if there's things like that, when you have one loading zone for 200 feet of facade, it's very different than if you have one loading zone for 50 feet of facade. So the more that we can incentivize wider lots and larger development scale, I think is going to be very important. So again, I think that we don't have a firm number and we're not prepared to give a firm number in that moment, but anything that we can do to incentivize that, encourage that, I think would be a benefit.
We have a bike plan being drawn up now for El Camino, right? So both sides of the street are likely to have bike zones. So which will really restrict where loading zones would be. So off-street loading ought to be a part of a requirement here.
Yeah, agreed. Okay, to my fellow board members, do we have any other final thoughts, comments, anything we'd like to pass along to the other boards for their review?
I'd like to thank Gene Eisenberg for the work you've done. I don't want you to take
Absolutely.
negatively some of our comments because the map was printed in the wrong color. It's really
It's not
impressive.
wrong, Peter.
It's impressive the level of detail you went into on
Yes.
this, and to study the extent of El Camino the way you did is really very good work. Thank you.
Yes. It made our
Thank you.
conversation incredibly clear and forward. Go
So
ahead. Peter.
Jean, you would call this an overlay plan, wouldn't you? Jeannie?
You could think of the focus area like an overlay. Yes.
I just
So,
have a
yeah, thank you.
technical-
I would like to double on Peter's comment about this.
Yeah.
Thanks for this work.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a question about, that came to my mind about, some of the comment letters we received. Obviously, you've studied this, all of these properties to try to figure out, what falls within. If other like adjacent properties wanted to be part of this, what's the process for them to do that? Or is there a process for them to do that?
If somebody wanted to join the group, okay.
I mean, it would be a request for a modification to the focus area.
Okay.
And so that, since this is something that's being, in the end, adopted by council, it would need to go through the process to modify the boundary.
Okay. So if they wanted to be included, they should probably speak up sooner rather than later to get included now. Otherwise, they would have to be an amendment or an addendum to the group later.
That would be prudent on their
Okay.
part.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you again, Ms. Iceberg. Appreciate all of your hard work on this. Thank you to the remaining staff as well. This has been a fun conversation, and I would like to close this portion of the hearing and move on to item number 3, which should hopefully be a little bit more fun and lighthearted, which is discussion on criteria for architectural review board design awards, recognizing built projects from 2020 to 2024. So I know we're going to get into a nice presentation here. Thank you, Ms. Armour. We're going to get into a nice presentation here from Stephen. And I just want to say that we were fortunate enough that typically these design awards happen every 5 years. We were fortunate enough that 3 of our board members, 4 actually, all 4 of us, I believe board member Adcock's the only one who hasn't been. So typically we serve 3-year terms. So not everybody gets to be present for a design award ceremony. And we were lucky enough to be here for the last one because it was delayed due to COVID. So now we get the unique joy of getting to do 2 of these in our time here on the board, which I think is quite fun. So with that, I'll hand it over to Stephen. Thank you.
All right. Well, it's still morning, so good morning again.
Barely.
And as Chair Rosenberg noted, the 2020 awards were held in 2022. So if we kind of want to guide the conversation here, I provided the staff's recommendation from the staff report on the screen. So for our discussion today, we can include some of the items such as the timeline, the timing of the awards, the award categories, the evaluation criteria and the process, as well as how the public can be involved in said process. Staff did compile a list of projects that had gone before the ARB, and that totals 79 projects. And those have been reviewed since 2020, as well as the list of roughly 15 or so projects that were carried over from the previous year's awards that were either in construction or not completed, if you will. Some of the guiding, what established this program, if you will, was the Comprehensive Plan Program L6 1.1, and that is to promote award programs and other forms of public recognition for projects of architectural merit, contribute positively to the community. So the ARB in 2005 adopted this into their bylaws, and a snippet of that is article on the screen. So that includes, one, establishing the awards, as well as reserving, if you will, the criteria and the number of awards to be determined by the board, the awarding board, if you will. So this is my last slide, so a short presentation. 3 items to kind of cover today. If we could potentially divide the project list, since it's a little shy of 80 projects, that leaves about 16 projects per board member to either research, conduct, say, a site visit or drive-by before the next ARB retreat or the meeting that this is scheduled for. Many of those 16 projects may very well be, say, stricken from the list, if you will, because of incompletion or not constructed. So 16 seems to be a manageable number for each of you, hopefully, to do the research. And of course, staff will help and assist in that process as well. Leading into defining, say, award categories, I think definitely dwindling down that list for each of you of the 16 projects, it probably will identify some trends of these projects, such as, residential or public projects. There's some other considerations the board may want to factor in, such as maybe introducing a board's choice award, having, honorable mentions in 2020 or 2022 awards, should I say, that there were 2 honorable mentions that were awarded. So keeping that in mind in the evaluation process. And lastly, establish a set number of the awards, whether that's given by each category having a cap or just a cap of the number of awards overall. So, and just for context, and this was included in the staff report, the 2000 awards had 5 projects, 2005 had 5 projects, 2010 had 10, 2015 had 5, and the 2020 awards had 8 awards that were given to projects. So with all that in mind, we can give the discussion back to the board and perhaps divvy up these projects and maybe have a discussion about what applicable award categories may be in play.
Perfect. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate that. I'd like to kick us off by just saying I think that 5 is the appropriate number of awards, 5 years, basically 1 project per year. And we've got an overall trend of that. I think that if there is a need for an honorable mention, we did do that last time. I thought that was appropriate. So one of the ones that happened last year was a single family home. As noted by Board Member Chen at our pre-hearing meeting, we do not review single family homes at the ARB, but we do have quite a few really interesting projects in the city of Palo Alto. So if there is a reason for one of those to come forward, I think that a single family home would be appropriate as an honorable mention, since technically the ARB does not actually review them. So if everyone's comfortable with 5 awards, I think we can just sort of lay that to rest. And if there's a need for, or a significant reason for an honorable mention, we could put that forward as it comes up. But 5 should sort of be our number. Are we comfortable with that?
No, I think the
Okay.
last time we did this, that was a subject of numerous discussions. It
Really?
was really difficult.
Okay.
And I think that you got to be a little more flexible on that. If I recall, last time we tried to set a number, we argued both sides of it back and forth a lot. And part of the decision process of all agreeing on it was to allow 1 or 2 more. I'd love to see a firm number, but I think you want to be more flexible.
No, I mean, agree. I think that the goal should be 5.
The
And
goal
that
should be 5. That's good.
if there's a significant reason to have more, but again, I don't want to over dilute this either. I think that the reason that this is an award and the reason these projects are standout is because they are standout.
Yeah.
And it is hard to narrow down the numbers. So I think that we should aim for 5 unless there's a really significant reason to add another.
Another big thing we really struggled with last time was the categories of how you
Yes.
break this out. And again, I think at the end, we didn't have categories.
We did. We had categories last time. There was, and actually it's in the packet here.
That's
Steve.
packet page 17 that
Thank
details
you.
that. And I can read
guess
those if
22.
it would be
I'm thinking
worthwhile.
differently though, that we didn't establish the categories up front and then determine which project conformed to it. It was a compromise negotiation where we all had bunch of projects that we all agreed on and then figured out which category they went into.
Remembering that slightly differently. I thought that we had, I mean, part of the issue is we had 2 that fell under public project. And then we made it a point to have an office R&D, a religious assembly, a retail renovate, right? So from my understanding, we were a little bit more methodical about that, but I could be misremembering, to be honest.
It was a few years ago.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
I was going to ask the same question since I wasn't here. Was these descriptions more of like what the projects were, or were they actual categories? And minor disclosure, the first one on the list is one of my office's projects. So thank you for the award.
Well, congratulations.
Junior Museum and Zoo, one
Yeah.
of our shining glory
Fabulous.
projects.
Well, I think that's a good example though, because a number of us, myself included, wanted to just take, this one category was just the best one of the
Mhm.
package.
Yeah.
And I thought that was the museum. I thought that was an outstanding project. And there was some pushback from members of the board that, no, we don't want to be elitist that way.
Why not?
We have 5 and they're
It's
all the
the
best in
point of
their
an award
category.
ceremony,
And
right?
I said, no, let's celebrate the very best. But maybe my advice to the board now is that it was so contentious actually when making these decisions. You might want to be flexible and just let it play out.
Okay.
I wish it weren't so. I'd love to say we're going to pick the very best one.
Well, I think that there's also something to be said for the concept that, I don't think we have a tremendous amount of religious assemblies being built, but we do have a tremendous amount of office buildings, right? So if you're one of 5 of the religious assemblies being built in the past 5 years versus one of 50 of the office buildings, it's a very different sort of set of standards that you're comparing it to. And I think that, we might only have 1 or 2 religious assemblies being built. So, and if neither of them qualify, then neither of them qualify. So I do think that there's a certain, we're kind of having to go a little bit backwards with the categories here, is that I think once we each get our 16, we evaluate them, we might say, oh, hey, look, I've got a theme of these are hotels, right? I've got 7 hotels in my categories and 1 religious assembly, right? So it might filter itself with the categories once we get our projects and sort of take a little bit of a look at that. Go ahead.
I think what we're getting at is we're selecting them based on architectural excellence, no matter what they are.
Yes.
And if that's kind of our, our starting point, and depending on which projects we want to, pitch for, to say this, deserves, an award, then, what categories they are is because of, just reading through this list, some are, sign programs versus full-on new buildings.
Mhm.
But there's, merit to each one for what they are, and without trying to put them in a box first.
Agreed. I think that the goal is more along the lines of, we don't want to have 5 projects that are all office buildings, right? So just to make sure that we've got some variety in who's winning awards here, because we do think that the variety of typology of buildings is also part of what makes Palo Alto a beautiful city, and showing that an office building can be beautiful and a religious services center can be beautiful, and a junior museum and zoo can be beautiful. So I think that at this time, I'm not necessarily comfortable divvying up the categories today. I think that that is something that I would task the board members with, is that when we get our, 16 projects, come to the board with an idea in mind of which categories you think are sort of popping out to you. I would also say that once you get your 16, let's also sort of narrow that down. I don't think we need to present all 79 projects. I think we all have served on this board long enough to appreciate each other's intellect on this capacity. And I think that if someone says, this one just didn't do it for me, I think we can all feel comfortable saying we trust your judgment. So narrowing down our own individual lists from 16, and when we bring them to the board, whether it's you've got 8 left or you've got 2 left, in your pile, what you felt was the sort of, getting the cream off the top here.
One thing I want to clarify is this award is only to those one who are completed, right? So the 79 is the ones that we are reviewed. So maybe it end up being only like around 20 being built, so.
Exactly. And so I think Stephen
Correct.
had said that earlier.
Yeah, so this was a very short turnaround on staff's part to get this on the agenda. So the list of 79 projects is just the projects that have gone before the board. So you are correct, Vice Chair Chen, that that list probably will be significantly reduced. And whatever that number might turn out to be, the qualifier, if you will, in the bylaws is that the awards should go to a built or constructed project. So staff can help with each individual board member of those 16 or so projects that are divvied up. and determine, of those numbers, which projects have been built, and the further evaluation process can continue as what the board has discussed, say for establishing categories or which projects may be of merit and worth awarding.
We don't have a map of these projects by any chance, do we?
Not yet, but that can be made.
Well, I'm hoping to divvy them up today, but
Actually, I think for the, on the Palo Alto website, the Building Eye website, you can filter the ones that are reviewed by ARB and set the date, the day period that you can filter.
So you're correct that you can divide, say, planning entitlements on the website on Building Eye. As for some of those that may have gone either before the board or not, it really is strictly, say, building permits and planning entitlements. So that, nuance, if you will, of whether it's gone before the board, sometimes it's not always translated well in that. But for the sake of discussion, I do have a list pulled up here. So 1 through 16, and then say 17 through 32, 33 through 48, and 49 through 64. And then the last would be 65 through 79 would be the division of the project. So
I have a slight change to that. I think that there's 12 projects that are all at Stanford Shopping Center. And I think that one person tackling all of those would be appropriate instead of having two different people covering Stanford Shopping Center.
understand.
So let's see. And also in that neck of the woods would be Welch Road. I saw that on the list. But again, maybe that's just overdoing it a little bit. But I would like to designate Stanford Shopping Center all to one person, and board member Adcock, if I understand correctly, that might not be you. Okay. So do I have another volunteer who wants to tackle all of these Stanford Shopping Center ones? And we'll figure out the rest. And from my understanding, Stephen, the 63 through 79, those are all grayed out. What's that for?
Yeah, so those are the carried over projects
Okay.
from the previous award cycle. So those were the ones that were not completed but had gone before the ARB. So they would be eligible now if they were, to be constructed.
Okay.
I would be in favor, Chair Rosenberg, of you or staff just arbitrarily creating a list of 16 for each of us, broken by geographic area to make it easier, but then just publish that list, send it out to us.
Okay, instead of trying to decide here at the meeting,
I
I'm
think it'll be
comfortable
very
with that.
tough to do
Yeah.
that right now.
I'm comfortable with that. Okay.
Sure.
On the opposite end of the spectrum, another thought I had, and you don't have to take my recommendation on it, is kind of like thinking about categories. If we were to say, I just counted about 13 or so residential projects.
Mhm.
If that fell on, one person's purview to, visit, look at, and make recommendations. I mean, some way to, like, if we wanted to focus on categories, that would be one way, and commercial another. And there's also obviously a variety of odds and ends ones as well. So I don't know if that.
So, I mean, you're making an alternate to doing it geographically.
Right, I'm just wondering if, do we want to just do geographically or by just project type as a way to divvy up?
I'd rather do it geographically. It saves me a lot of time.
Yeah, seriously. I'm inclined to do that as well. That being said, I think that it is nice to have multiples, like, so if someone is given a residential, it'd be nice if they had, instead of just the one, because then they're gonna feel like, oh, this is the best residential because it's the only one they got, right? So I do,
You might, Chair, be a little bit more flexible on the quantity of them because some of these, like a sign program, are not likely to be serious. But try to pick an even number of projects that actually have to be visited and thought
Agreed.
about.
okay, perfect.
But you really, that's a chair level decision, just how do you break it?
Yeah, and if the board and if staff is okay with this, Stephen and I can email back and forth and I can come up with a list of some of these that I think would lump together nicely geographically and otherwise, right? Maybe it's everyone whoever's doing Stanford Shopping Center also gets some of the signage projects that are nearby or something like that. So, okay, perfect. So we'll put a pin in that, and basically you and I over the next 2 weeks before the next hearing, we'll definitely have this. So
Yes.
should we just assign that for the next hearing on January 16th, we have this, or would we like to get this out sooner so that maybe during some of our downtime that we don't get much of, we can actually drive around a little bit?
So I like the idea, just being cognizant of staff time before the holiday
holiday.
break,
Mhm.
as well as, trying to keep in mind in the new year, we do have some projects that have been tabled, if you will, or rescheduled, continued, and that ever shifting, say, target of a hearing date. So trying to be cognizant that we don't want this discussion to move any of the other projects for construction or
Understood.
any, say, housing or any of those other items bumped off a hearing just to have this discussion. With that being said, I think that, the January hearing, the 16th would provide probably a slot for this discussion to be continued.
Okay.
We are tentatively scheduled for one item. So potentially having the second discussion of this could be entertained. And as for divvying up the list, we can figure out some of that nuance perhaps this afternoon before staff leaves for the winter break.
I know that's a tight ask. Also, for what it's worth, I'm happy to take that on myself. If that's a necessary item, I have no issue with that. To my fellow board members, if we do divvy this up and get this out to you guys in the next couple of days, let's say by Monday, would you have time before the January 16th? That gives you about 4 weeks to sort of explore these items. And basically at that January 16th meeting, I'd like to see the short lists back. So whether it's one item that you think this is the only one in my lump that's worthwhile, or whether it's you're like, oh man, I've got 4 that are really good. So whatever that feels like to you, and we are going to trust each board member's judgment on this to take this seriously, obviously, but also just your sort of opinion on the projects. Does January 16th feel like an appropriate timeline to get some of this narrowed down? Assuming I can get a list out to you guys by Monday latest.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Okay. So Stephen, I'm happy to go back to my office today and sort of get something out to you, hopefully by tonight. Do you guys, is staff off tomorrow? Yes?
Yes.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just asking.
Yeah, for clarity, today would be my last day, but I am happy to go through this list. I think it's not that large of an ask to go through 79 projects and divvy it up by geographic region of the city. So I
Yeah.
think you can expect an email probably by the end of today.
Perfect.
So
Okay.
we
And
can-
if for
we can
some
go
reason
from
you
there.
are not able to tackle that, please let me know. I am around today. I'm going to be around for, no, I'm not leaving. If it does need to roll over until Monday, let me know. And I'm happy to just sort of take it from there. And, we'll make sure that the list is divvied up, because I don't necessarily think that staff has to approve how we divvy up the list either.
No, we just want to make sure that there's no, say, serial meetings or Brown Act violations of any of the correspondence between the members. So
Excellent. Okay, so we'll get that out today or Monday. And by the January 16th meeting, I would like to agendize that we come back as a board and just review what we've narrowed it down to, and then we can take it from there.
and
What's our longer term goal of
The actual award meetings. So at the pre-hearing, we discussed potential for summertime award ceremony. I think that trying to get it by April, May, June is just too tight. It's too soon. I also don't like rolling over into September, October, November, because there's so many other things going on at that point in the year with other design awards, with people going back to school, with the holidays coming up. So I'd really like to get this done before September, before the end of summer.
in terms of steps to obviously from now, narrow the list, discuss the list in January. Is there any public engagement, the steps between now and whenever the award is?
You're reading Stephen's mind here. Go ahead.
yeah, so thank you, Member Ad hoc, for mentioning how the public may be involved in this process. That is something that we can consider. I think, a good first step would be to figure out a solid list, and then whether, the public's engaged with, the further selection of that, or if that is to be reserved for the board, that can be brought up. If we're going to continue, say, this discussion to the January 16th meeting, I think, reviewing that list, that would be a great time to do so. Also to keep in mind that in the new year, the board would have a retreat. So that also would, say, allow for a more, engaged conversation to be had on this as well. Looking through the administrative record, it appeared that there were 5 separate hearings for the 2022 awards, or awards of the 2020 that were awarded in 2022. So, I mean, there is potential to have additional hearings, but for a more concise and succinct way to go about this, probably reducing that number of 5 hearings would be preferred. But of course, if discussion or public engagement allows, that can be, extended. So I think for marching orders, if you will, January 16th, by the end of today, staff can prepare a list and assign each board member the projects to review. And at that second hearing, as detailed in the staff report, we can have that discussion and see, what trends may have been identified from those reduced projects, of what categories may lend themselves to these awards. And I think that would be a great place to start the new year.
Excellent. And then
So
once we-
I have
Go ahead.
some questions here. I can't, I'm trying to imagine what we mean by public entering the process here.
We may have a short list, and then we may post online and have the public vote. There might be an award where we say that this is the
No,
public's choice.
It's our choice.
No?
Yeah, no, I don't think so.
Okay, no,
I
explain
think
why.
if you have that, it'll really drag it out, tremendously. So, I mean, up to now, I think from my experience of one, Peter's probably might have more.
Yeah, how
than
many have
that.
you been to, Peter? 2, okay.
Yeah. So that we made the decisions ourselves here. The other question was, what do we do? Do we take photos of each one so we have ability to put them on the screen and compare them? How do we present them if we're individually going out there to deal with them?
That's a
project?
great question. So I would say, excellent question. So for January 16th, there's a couple different things you could do. You could take photos of yourself as you go through, but you don't have to photograph every single one. If you walk up to one and go,
It's not going to make it
it's,
anyhow.
just move on. So I'd say have photos of your shortlist one, or you could go online and either get the Google Images or get the, not my favorite idea, but, or you could go back to the planning packets, right? So we do have all the planning packets from the previous projects online. So we can search for those and you can pull up the actual images that were presented to the board, or you could take your own photos. I think we'd be comfortable either way.
And further on that note, so every planning entitlement does have a webpage with the city. So there is at least a rendering of these projects on there. So whether, future revisions had occurred or, they took the feedback of the ARB and redesigned,
Right.
the rendering would be a good place to start the conversation. So there's a multitude of ways to do that. But I think for the next discussion, having some visual, representation of these projects would be helpful.
Yeah.
Dwindling down the list.
Yeah, sometimes.
Photographs would be good. Yeah.
Photographs, I
yeah,
think,
it's
would be
great.
good.
Yeah. And I'm thinking of our house, because I was just at Stanford Shopping Center yesterday. The our house one, when you see it in person, right, versus the rendering, there's a little bit of a difference that's sort of, our house, the one, it came out beautifully, right? And I think that we had a lot of input from the board on that one. We
Yes,
back and
we
forth
did.
with some of those
Yeah,
textural materials at the end. And so I think having that photograph of it, you could even compare it next to the rendering. But again, we're going to leave it up to you guys to say, maybe you pitch your project a little to be one of the winners that you're like, no,
Sure.
this one really deserves it.
Mhm.
So I do leave it up to our board members to see how you sort of want to move this forward amongst
Yeah.
the board.
Yeah,
If
we're
we do
gonna-
share photographs, then we should send them to Stephen ahead of time to share.
Yes, to Stephen ahead of time, not to the board as a whole.
Correct. Yes.
I'd like to suggest that we have this in the spring, that we establish now or at the latest at January 16th, the date that we're going to have the ceremony and work backwards from that. I
Okay.
remember last time by letting it be flexible, it just dragged on and on. These are decisions that can be made quickly.
Yes.
If you just set a timetable for the whole process, I'd like to see us as a board try to be consistent when these awards are issued. Other groups, the AIA, for example, the AIA Silicon Valley, do this consistently. Many of them do it in the spring. It's sort of the end of the cycle.
Mhm.
For our board, that's when we have a change in leadership or change in members.
When is our voting? Sorry.
I don't know that, I thought it was in June, maybe it's March, but something like that.
Okay.
But in the spring is a logical time, in my opinion,
Mhm.
to have this kind of ceremony.
Agreed. I think my concern would be is if we vote for new members and we've got change in leadership in April, then doing this May 1st is problematic, right? Because then you've got the whole new, everyone's still trying to get their bearings. So either it should be at the end or you should give them a month to get their bearings and then have the
Well, I mean,
awards.
to me, this award ceremony reflects the work of the board
As a whole,
for
of
it,
course,
of us.
of course.
Even if we're not on the board or not
Agreed.
sharing the board, this is our work. And
Agreed.
we should be presenting it that way. If you wait till the middle of the fall and it gets pushed to November or
Mm,
October,
No, can't do
it
that.
just, you lose
Yeah.
that connection.
Agreed.
So I think just to the leadership, just set a date.
Okay.
It also, Board Member Hirsch and I were working on this last time as chair and vice chair. We wanted to involve the public library and put a display there, things like that. And it really would have helped us if we'd set the date a few months in advance. They have
Right.
schedules for when you can do these displays. And again, if you do it in January, you can just request, we want to use the library lobby in the first 2 weeks of May. So just a little bit of planning will go a long way to both restricting the schedule and getting other things to our advantage.
And further on that note, to echo, say, some of the comments by Board Member Volte. So March 31st is the typical turn of the ARB board members. So we do have some that are targeted in 2025 for either up for reelection or if you've maxed out on the term limit. So that would be, the transfer of the membership. And as noted in the staff report, the timing of the awards, there's National Architecture Week that is celebrated, say, in April. So that's April 13th, and that is recognizing, say, Thomas Jefferson's, contributions to architecture, the week of his birthday. So,
Hey, that's exciting.
Having the awards centered around what other jurisdictions or other, affiliations across the state that may be worthwhile or of some interest, and having some planning and perhaps working back from a date would be worthwhile, and we could target for that. So maybe reserving that decision for the January 16th meeting would be a good thing to do, but definitely keeping in mind that we may move forward with having a target date and working back. I think that would be a good idea.
Perfect. So to staff, Stephen, I guess it's specifically to you, for the January 16th meeting, can we put on your plate sort of a timeline of working backwards? And what I mean by that is that when we do issue the award, right, there's a congratulatory period. Okay, great. Now they need to actually, whoever's accepting the award needs to prepare a visual display. It needs to be brought here, right? So just sort of working backwards from those steps. Can we expect from the staff that there's sort of a timeline and steps, and then that will help us determine how, do we need 2 months to prepare? Do we need 3 months to prepare? And then also, we'll have to have some timelines for setting up public library displays, city hall displays. We did have some food last time, and we had the actual event itself. So understanding how much time we'll actually need, then we can sort of shift forward or backwards when this award may be.
Short answer, yes.
Okay.
Longer answer would be with the staff report can detail, the feasibility of what it's going to take to accomplish these items. And I think that definitely can inform choosing a date.
Perfect.
And, whether we need months or weeks to accommodate some of these requests. I think we can definitely succinctly put that in the staff report, and that can guide the decision of the award date.
So a
or
rough
ceremony.
draft of that timeline would be required.
Board member, Chair, you can just decide these things. This is on
Understood.
your purview. Just do it. Tell us what's going to be the date, what's going to be involved, where we're going to display it.
Understood. That being said, I do also want to account for the concept that we are asking they're winning an award, but at the same time, there is work that has to be done. And from my recollection of last time, it took several weeks for these visual displays to get put together and printed and everything like that. So I want to be respectful of the people, that we're not throwing a crunch time on them of 2 weeks to turn around a visual display when maybe they really do need a month.
Yeah, I'm just suggesting it doesn't need to be a topic we discuss at our next meeting. We
Agreed.
should Just
Okay.
outline it.
That's fair. So Stephen, we'll go back and forth on this with the items that we're going to distribute the list today for the January 16th meeting. I'd love to have a little bit more information on the timeline, and then we can set a date at the January 16th meeting and start getting everything organized for that. So.
If I could, I'd like
Please.
to push for something, a plug I've made several times, but the requirement from the city is that we issue forms of public recognition for projects of architectural merit that contribute positively to the community. For some reason, that's been interpreted over the past few cycles as projects that have been reviewed by the Architecture Review Board of Architectural Merit. We've inserted into this the qualifier that it has to have been reviewed by the ARB. And I disagree with that. I think there's a large number of projects of architectural merit in our town that we do not provide any recognition for, and we're actually falling short of our requirement to do so. Those are nominally single-family residential projects. I think this program should be enlarged to include a category of the best single-family residences.
So
Listen, I'm a residential gal, so that totally is right up my alley. Now, the question for that is, do we have a list of those projects?
So projects that have been processed by our department, yes, we could compile such a list. The comprehensive plan policy is vague, and it's what Peter Balte, board member Balte, excuse me, had noted. But as for the article in the bylaws, that's where that say qualifier comes in, that it's being reviewed by the ARB. So whether there would be an amendment to the bylaws to, for consistency, if we wanted to change that, that could be something investigated, but that's where that qualifier comes of being reviewed by the ARB. So that would be section, let's see here, section 8, detailed in the bylaws.
While I agree that there's probably many individual residences, one district, I think it really adds, Peter, I think it really adds a lot of work to what we have to do then here. And they're not in our list right now and is likely to extend the period of time that we do the review as well, now that it has to be added into that. I just sort of feel that since we don't review the single family, that really, despite the fact that there are probably maybe even more interesting projects if you look at those single family dwellings, I think it just adds one other kind of extra element to this that really doesn't.
Oh, yes, I suspect no matter what we say here, Stephen will go back to the staff and they're going to push back strongly against the added burden of doing this. And that's why I'm speaking to my colleagues. I cannot think of a better thing we could do to promote the quality of architecture in town and to celebrate the truly great works of architecture that we all know exist and are not visible to the community. That's because most of that is residential work. We have a very short list of projects that actually qualify.
Yeah.
Out of this 79, half at least are going to be just processing applications. It's not enough to really be able to say this is a broad range of quality projects. Whereas the residential work done in Palo Alto is of the highest caliber, of the very best architects. And celebrating that, bringing that forward to the public's view, not only celebrates great architecture, it celebrates the work that the town does, that our individual review process does to form that. That's what we really should be celebrating.
Yeah, appreciate you bring it up. And I think, we all know there are great residential architects in town, and somehow we should recognize their work. And however, I don't think it is necessary we include residential ward into this ARB. Maybe we could separate it, because considering the amount of residential single family work, maybe we should have a ward like once a year instead of 5 years.
So just thinking about the sheer number, right? We've got a 5-year span we're covering here. What does Palo Alto do every year in terms of new houses? What, 100, 200?
I mean, if we're talking, say, individual review or
No,
just
not even individual
I
review.
mean, just a building permit. I mean, there's, or hundreds of permits. I mean, there could be a window change. There could be, a change of the facade material. There's a multitude of projects that, that would need to be, say, further investigated as to like what would be the cutoff or the qualifier, if you will, of some of these residential projects, because sifting through those building permits would be, as board member Balte noted, a large ask of staff that probably would receive some feedback. I mean, pushback, should I say, and considering a 5-year cycle as well. So
Huge. And
that is a considerable amount of, I mean, we're discussing, sifting through 5 years of every building permit potentially for some of these residential properties.
Right. So if we just limited it to IR projects, well, then we're also not looking at historic renovations or things like that. That
Right.
could also be sort of beautiful. So the question is, I don't disagree that residential should be included in some capacity. The question is how, right? What are the qualifiers? How do we narrow that down? So instead of reviewing 5 years worth of all IR projects even, that's still going to be a lot. The question would be, how do we do that? And maybe it's self-promotion. Maybe it's really saying if you are as an architect and you feel that you've done a really phenomenal job on your residential house, you submit your project for review. And we as a board will then take those ones that have been submitted and we say, okay, it's design. I mean, just throwing that out there right now. Off the cuff.
Absolutely. I mean, every other award, like all the projects we submit for AIA Santa Clara
Yeah.
or Silicon Valley or San Mateo, us as architects have to put a lot of work together to submit, to be eligible, to be even considered, right? And so if we kind of break it up to all these projects that have come in front of the ARB, we have the material in that we have reviewed and we can go back to review. And so there's enough of, knowledge on our part on these projects to even say whether they're kind of worth considering or not. And then, what are we as board members like pitching as, this is eligible for award because of X, Y, Z. And to go through residential, I agree there are some beautiful projects in Palo Alto, but for us to review, even like if we drive by, we don't know if it was a paint job or a new building, right? Because if it's a beautiful like reskinning of a building versus a new building, that's a level of not just for staff, but for us to understand what was the actual work done and is it worth awarding something for. There are many other award programs other than us that all these architects can submit to, whether it's the AIAs or home awards, there are a variety of other awards. So I don't feel like we need to take on that additional layer as part of the ARB, much as I appreciate all of the residential work on in town.
I sort of second your way of looking at it, because it seems to me that commercial projects or religious buildings or whatever, the ones we generally give awards to, don't have that amount of opportunity. Single family, everybody is interested. There's so many individuals looking through these kind of magazines where they come out, et cetera. We get those magazines too, or I used to anyhow. And it adds that layer of complexity to it that really, mostly that, you're right about the opportunity for single family houses to architects to promote their own work in that field. And not as much opportunity for somebody who builds a commercial building. If you think back to our awards that we've given in the past, they're kind of unique that way in that they probably didn't really promote themselves as much, and certainly not locally. This gives them an opportunity to be seen.
You just put a flyer out at the city hall that all architects are welcome to submit projects completed over a certain time period of a certain category, new residential renovation. They have to submit, outline, a 3-page digital board of what they're doing by a certain date. And we just put that in the mix and do that. It can't be that hard. And not asking staff to do anything more than promote it at the counter, send an email or something.
And to entertain that idea a little bit further, I mean, one of the recommendations for this discussion today was about how the public could participate in this process. So I think, having or opening it up, if you will, for a potential award category of that caliber, that definitely could be accommodated. It would require some additional work. But I think, if that's the desire of the board, we can, further investigate that.
As long as you don't charge a fee, I think you'll be inundated with applications or architects willing to put together the presentation. That's a fairly easy thing to do. And that does all the work for us then. We just have all you do is you judge it based on the presentation you get. That's pretty typical for a review for a board program.
Yeah, if we went that
Then you're
route,
going to we're going to what? We're not going to use more than one of the 5 for an individual house. So one architect is going to be
You could just make it
premiered by this?
best
I
single family
don't,
residential. I don't know.
I agree with that. I think it should be one award for single family homes. Sorry, Board Member Adcock. you were gonna say something.
Right, but I mean, with going that route, we would then need to like have the list of requirements must include floor plans, elevations, renders, description
Is
of the
that, is
work.
it that hard to do to put together?
No,
a
it's not, but
descriptor?
it's just, we need to have a requirement so that we can have a equal comparison when we see 10 projects or however many get submitted.
If I may, I also would further Board Member Ad hoc's, note there that I think if this is something that the board would want to consider for that January 16th meeting, having a succinct list, if you will, seeing what the board would like in these applications, what would be necessary to make these decisions, and also keeping in mind, it could provide a list of projects beyond what's, say, 79 presented today. So it could be, we're inundated with a lot of projects to review. So having a clear list of qualifiers for what would, these projects could be eligible, I think that would be necessary for if we're going to move forward with, say, this additional category.
If I can have some indulgence for a minute here. Board Member Adcock, you do not work on single family residential?
Me personally, no, our office does a few,
Okay,
but not that much.
okay.
Well, where are you going with that? I had to pull one project from the last award ceremony that I thought would have had merit, but it just didn't seem right to be on the review board about it.
Yeah, I guess the question is, I'm sort of looking, I know that Peter, myself, and Yingxi all do residential, so I'm a little inclined to, pawn it off to either David or Board Member Adcock to just at least compile a list and see if there's some homework that I can assign to one of the two of you for a list of what do you think the requirement should be for
Just
self-promotion.
copy AIA.
Yeah, I was
Silicon
gonna
Valley or
say
something.
like AIA Awards has small, or in the award categories, there's residential category and,
What their requirements are.
but yeah, the requirements are pretty generic for all project types. It's just the awards are given in single family home category as well.
Okay.
One minor thing is, I'm
Please.
not sure whether we should require it has to be owner occupied, single family projects, or the developer might just use this award as the
Self-promotion.
marketing or something else, or it just lots of applications coming and it might just doesn't qualify for the high quality of what we want to do.
I'm of the opinion that if someone thinks their project is good enough, they can submit it and we can take a look at it and very quickly say, we agree or we disagree. And that's it. I don't think owner occupied or anything like that necessarily should preclude or.
And I think even if we open it up and, because we have no idea whether we'll get 2 submissions or 200.
Right.
Right? And so whether we are going to get, award anything also is, I don't think is a given. Because if we
Agreed.
receive 2 and we don't feel like they're, exemplary of fine architecture in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
0 residential awards are given.
Agreed, totally fine with that. So.
So
So on that note of list of requirements for what we should ask for from the public, do we want to assign that to a board member to compile a list or copy paste from AIA and have that ready for the January 16th? I'm looking at you two on the end here. Or
I
do we
can
want to punt this back
volunteer
to
to
Stephen
do
as well?
that since one of my partners is working on the AIA awards for Santa Clara or Silicon Valley for next year. So they're kind of compiling the requirements. So I can,
I sincerely appreciate that,
use
Board
that.
Member Adcock. So we'll have Board Member Adcock have that ready for us by
Well,
January
there's
16th.
2 things we would need to do as a board that I don't think we can ask staff to do. One is to put together the requirements and the other is just to put together a flyer. We just
Yep.
want some digital and piece of paper that,
You okay with that?
that
Perfect.
then once that flyer is created, maybe at the January 16th meeting, we all decide on it, bet on it,
Beautiful.
make corrections. But then all staff would have to do on this is publicize that flyer, put it on the city website, put it at the development center.
Something.
I bet maybe send an email to, if you have a master list of people who've applied for permits, but that's all you have to do. So don't let Jonathan tell you don't have the bandwidth for this.
Well,
Okay.
just one note on that. So any, advertisement, if you will, sent out from the city would need to go through our communications team. So that would just need to be reviewed. That's something that we can definitely investigate. And I think if we have, a buttoned up flyer, if you will, from that January 16th meeting, that is something that we could, further investigate and go through the proper channels that are required for communications with the city.
Perfect.
Considering the huge amount of single families, do we really want it to be for every 5 years, or maybe change it to every year? Because like for the
Every 5 is
AI,
hard enough.
yeah, AI design award is like it happening every 2 years, and home tour is happening every year. So because we know we have lots of
I
good
know.
architects in town, and
True,
it
but-
seems like it's not fair to just pick one in every 5 years. It's especially if we set the construction date to a certain period. If they miss this one, then
The
You're
amount
right,
of
but
work
then we're
that
getting
gets-
into where we need to get like council approval to expand our scope or staff scope. This
Right.
is mandated every 5 years. And so
And
we're
the
not,
amount of work it takes to put one award thing together as AIA does. It's a committee that, meets every week to kind of put it together, the list, the requirements, putting a jury together. Obviously, in our case, we'd be the jury, but I think every year, on top of all the projects we're reviewing, seems like a huge ask.
And I just would like to echo some of what's being discussed here. I mean, if we're speaking about council directives, say the work plan, things that are within the scope of the ARB, having this additional category would be something that is, say, contrary to what's listed in the bylaws, but the vague language of the comprehensive plan policy that, say, establishes this program itself could accommodate, projects of architectural merit. So promoting those within the
so
community.
with all
So-
respect, Stephen, let me get you to change your language, not with us, but with the rest of who you're going to talk to. It's not vague. What the comprehensive plan says very clearly, projects of architectural merit. That's not vague at all. When you go back to the mandate of the ARB, back to our founding not our bylaws, but the city code that establishes us, it clearly says that we're supposed to give advice and information to the city council, the planning commission, and the city as a whole on matters of architectural interest. It's very easy to justify this. I'm not saying it this way because I don't want you to go back and kind of undermine what we're saying by saying it's vague and maybe not really in the bylaws. You're right. In the bylaws, it says reviewed by the ARB, but that's the only place it puts this qualifier.
Yes, and that's just the point I'm trying to drive in on here, if you will. The bylaws are specific. If we want to use some different language here, and it's really pointed towards what these, awards would be reviewing. So, if we want to be considering something beyond that scope of what's listed in the bylaws, that would, likely require a revision to the bylaws, which can be done. It's just, for consistency across all of these platforms. So.
Yeah, I think that at the time being, we're set up for one every 5 years. I think that it's appropriate to have one award. And I think that actually, if anything, it keeps that award meaning something. If we do an award every year, if we have 5 residential to cover the 5 years, it sort of dilutes it, right? You've got to be a standout. You've got to be a knockout to win this award. And I think that that's important and it means something. So while, of course, personally, I think that it's a great idea to have residential awards every year. I fan of houses. I think that nobody's guaranteed an award and nobody's owed an award. And if you win one, kudos to you. And that's it. So
So
I support the one.
feel that our mandate is to review certain projects, that are presented to us. And it is where we spend our time and effort. And it's significant.
Agreed.
And I really sort of feel we don't spend our time on single family houses at all. And so I feel it's importantly that, keep adding this to the category is inappropriate because it doesn't involve our committee here. So to expand it to that, I think will raise questions with those who look at those awards in from the council down, on down, and we really shouldn't expand.
I'm with you on that one because we have a certain amount of projects and certain types of projects we review. And we're knowledgeable about the projects that we're reviewing. And that's kind of within our purview. And therefore also within our purview per our bylaws to give awards to projects of excellence. I think one, like I already said, there are a variety of other avenues to be awarded on residential projects. And it just doesn't seem like, while I'm happy to help out with, category, with the criteria, it just doesn't seem like the thing for the ARB to do for, researching projects, trying to understand projects to get to a point where we feel it's other than what it looks like from the street to award an excellence for projects that we know very little about. And also on the timeline as well, because we're trying to, understand the short list of projects and get to an award by sometime in early to mid 2025, and to then start with a call to for awards for people to put submissions together for us to review submissions above and beyond the list of projects that we've already reviewed. I think it's skews the timeline of the overall awards as well.
I would agree that the focus should be maintained on the ARB projects. I'm not opposed to including the residential, but I also don't want this to turn into the residential design awards, right? That's not what we do. So while I do think that, I think that Peter and Yingshi have valid points that we have a lot of really beautiful architecture here. But again, to my point that I made earlier, I think you've got to be a knockout, right? Like it's got to be something really above and beyond to cross that barrier between residential and ARB. And I think we do, as a board, need to maintain focus on the projects that are under our purview and our responsibility. I'm still open to the idea of allowing submissions for single-family homes. I haven't been fully persuaded to knock that off the table yet. But I do think that we really don't want to get sidetracked by single-family homes that really are not under our purview. For that being said, really good architecture should shine. And what happened last design meeting, last design award ceremony, we did have an honorable mention for a single-family home. And to me, that felt appropriate. We had a residential on Forest Avenue for a single-family home last time, but it was an honorable mention. I'm pretty sure it was single. Residents at 430 Forest Avenue, honorable mention.
Yeah, that's Dave Solnick's multifamily project. It was a very interesting, like 8-unit building.
Okay, then actually on that note, then I'd say I am now swaying away from the single-family residences. I think that, as much as we do value that architecture and that input to our city, I think that we are a board for ARB and we are tasked with, keeping an oversight on these specific projects. And these are the ones that we review and these are the ones we are familiar with, and we should maintain focus.
Yeah, I agree. I think for the ARB award, we should just focus on what we have reviewed. But to Peter's point, I think we should suggest the city to somehow consider a different award.
Yeah,
for
Yingshi,
residential,
I
right?
can't wait to see you spearhead this. No, I think it's a great idea to have a yearly award for something, and maybe it's every project that goes through IR or something like that, but I think that it is sort of a separate ticket item.
Yeah, it should be separated.
Okay, so for now, we're gonna skip residential, a little bit less work for everybody at the moment. If somebody hears this hearing and emails in and says, I really want to put this forward, we're not gonna throw it away. But I think for now, we stay focused on the ARB awards. And then to wrap this up, we'll basically get a list together by the end of the day today. So everyone will have their assignments for January 16th. We'll have our short lists narrowed down, preferably with photos and a little bit of information. And I think that's it for now. So any other final comments or questions on the ARB awards? Okay, with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 4, approval of minutes, draft architectural review board meeting minutes for November 21st, 2024. Do we have any comments or updates to that? Board member Adcock?
I have one question and it's on a part of the meeting that I wasn't here at, but it seems to need an edit. So it's on page 48. Second paragraph down, I think the first paragraph of the description, last sentence, she noted that all board members, new board member Adcock, who worked at the staff office, I do not work at the staff office. So maybe on the project is the right correction on that one.
I understand the visual. So the paragraph, so you see Chair Rosenberg, Board Member Adcock, the board took an 8-minute break. There's number 4 being read out. And then right after that paragraph, there's Chair Rosenberg introduced the item. At the last sentence in that paragraph says board members, new board member Adcock, who worked at the staff office. So is it worked on the project or worked at the office? Right. So, but the staff office is slightly inaccurate. How would you prefer that that's rephrased?
On the project, I think.
Worked on the project.
Noted.
Anything else? Okay, I move to approve the minutes as written with that addendum from Board Member Adcock. Do I have a second? Second. Thank you, Mr. Hirsch. We've got a vote and a motion and a second. Can we please get a vote?
Board Member Adcock,
Yes.
Board Member Balte,
Yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chen,
Yes.
Chair Rosenberg,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you very much. With that, board member questions, comments, announcements, or future meeting and agenda items. I do actually have a brief announcement, and I will keep it brief since we are at 12:22. We had a PTC meeting on December 11th that had a final decision to, it was covering, oh gosh, my notes don't show what it's covering. What was the number, the address of the item that we were covering at the PTC hearing? Oh my gosh, I've got my wires are crossed here and I can't think of the number. Goodness. I apologize. My notes are incomplete at this moment. I sat in on the PTC hearing to review the meeting and now I can't remember the address. Oh gosh, it was at the Avant, but I can't remember the address. So the Avant building that we heard a couple weeks back on El Camino Way. Thank you, El Camino Way.
Oh, Oh, yes. yes, yes.
Apologies. So that went to the PTC. We had reviewed the Avant. It's, to remind the board, it's the senior citizen housing on El Camino
El
Way, that
Camino
little
Way.
triangular parcel, and it abuts several residences across the backside. And there was concerns about parking because the Avant is always overparked, and so people end up on the residential street. So the PTC hearing did that. I sat in for the first portion. Once they got to public comment, which was well over an hour and a half into the meeting, I did have to excuse myself. There was no questions for me, but sitting in on it anyway. The final decision that PTC had was to move forward, but they wanted to reduce the number of units. It was a split decision. So 2 were in support, 2 supported it fully, 3 decided to forward the project, but they wanted a reduced number of units. Do I have that accurate?
And that is 4075 El Camino.
Thank you. So just so you guys are aware of that, what was interesting is there was a lot of conversation about the legality and the setbacks and the daylight planes and things like that, we reviewed at ARB as well. And they had a lot of conversation about that and less on parking than I maybe would have anticipated, but that was their decision to move forward. So it's now in city council's hands. They have our recommendation, they have PTC's recommendation, and we'll see what city council decides. So.
Having been through this multiple times before, Chair, did the PTC actually speak to you about this matter?
No, they did not.
Get your input on some of these things we struggled with, the daylight planes, the noise issues.
No, a lot of this had to do with the legality of the way the code is written with when the zoning was formed at the time and what we're complying with now. And so the city attorney was there and he answered the legality of those questions. And it really was not, as much as there was an opinion from our board, a lot of it fell down to the legality of what would be acceptable. And so that really fell to the city attorney.
But it sounds like their recommendation is to just reduce the number of units. Is that relative to the legality of these zoning criteria?
No, so the legality is that they are allowed to build what they have. Now, PTC is going to recommend, or they did recommend that they reduce the number of units anyway, even though city attorneys seem to be advising that, and again, I'm not trying to speak for anyone here, go back and rewatch the minutes to make sure they're accurate, but the city attorney said that they are allowed to build what has been proposed. PTC said that they strongly recommend reducing the number of units.
So I have a question on that too then. Were they questioning daylight plane? Were they questioning closeness to the residents on Wilkie Way there, you know? I mean, there has to be some additional criteria for disallowing the number of units that we approved. And I want to just add to this that I
Yeah.
think that we should come out strongly and say that we've examined all of the aspects of closeness, of daylight plane, of privacy.
Yep.
And we should be writing a letter of in support of the project going ahead as is,
Yep. And
as
I would,
presented.
I would agree that we should reiterate that the ARB stands firm in its previous decision to allow the project to move forward as it is designed. And we do have a disagreement with PTC on that front. So whether that goes as a note or whether this is part of the report moving forward, we would like to make sure that with city council, and I will be sitting on that city council hearing. So I'll be able to provide our board's view on that as well to city council when it does come up. So.
Yeah, I echoed Board Member Hirsch's comments and strongly requested staff make sure that our input is actually formally requested by council as they consider this matter. This has happened before.
Right.
And it's really important for both us and for the applicant to have a fair process. It sounds to me like I'm not hearing
Excellent.
that working that way.
Right.
And the
Yes.
council needs to hear what we've done on this.
Right.
And so Chair, it's really important that you push hard enough that we get that.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And to everyone, I wish everyone a very happy holidays. Hope everyone gets some rest. Oh, much needed rest. And we will see you all in the new year. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it. We are adjourned.